morning, everyone. Rin here. I got confused for a second. Alright. We are playing Myst Online, Uru Live today. Thank you, music. And I say we get started. I didn't know that OBS would pick that up. I'm waiting so I can resize the window. It's slightly off. Alright, here we go. I think I can do it, yeah, now. Alright, I think that works. Hello there, Sauce. Does MMO stand for Mother Munching Ostrich? Yes. But also massively multiplayer online. And as we'll find out, this is not so much massive as far as multiplayers go. Alright. Also, good morning, Sauce. Thanks for joining. Always good to see you, buddy. Let's see here. I'm probably gonna have to, I'm gonna make a note for myself. I'm gonna have to cut out the, I'm gonna cut out a few seconds of the YouTube VOD. Everybody on YouTube, there's going to be a little bit of a break right at the beginning. Yeah, I didn't know it would pick up the window with my, like, username and password. Luckily the password was blanked out, but just to be safe. Anyway, let's see. Alright, so I've obviously played this game before. Rins is going to be our, it's going to be like our baking show account, meaning that if there's something that I can't do all by myself, I'll show you the results of it using Rins, because they don't always bake a cake on air. This one has already been prepared. Alright, but for the game itself, I'm going to play. I have played this game ever since it came out on GameTap. I don't even know, was that 2005, something like that? We'll do a full new Explorer. The only difference here, if you're a oh, it says what the difference is. Alright. This player name already exists. God damn it. And it's not me. This player name already exists. Apparently there's a lot of people named Rin. Fine. I mean, Rin isn't a common name, but Rin is pretty common. Rin. I think it's working. Alright, here we go. Oh yeah, set your monitor's brightness. This game is actually super dark. I don't know why. It's probably one of the darkest games I've ever played. Not content-wise, I mean visually. Anyways, like I said, I've been playing this for nigh on 20 years. Oh, gotta create my character. Oh, geez. It's not a very good way to make somebody old. I'm going to stay away from that slider. Ooh. I'll just go like normal-ish. In reality, I'd be over here, probably a lot further down over there, but kind of always wondered what life would be like on this side of the slider. I mean, it's not even that big. Alright, design options. First of all, I mean, I'm wearing a ponytail right now, so that seems like an obvious choice. Oh, that's hideous. It's like, it's supposed to be a braid, but it looks more like a bicycle helmet. Where's the thick ass? Exactly. I mean, we're getting there here, but it's really nothing to write home about. Sir Mix-a-Lot would be like, that's nothing. Is that dreads? No, it's just curls. Yeah, a lot of the design concept in this game is kind of not great. See, I'm wearing a high ponytail, and apparently there's no option for high ponytails. Both of them are low ponytails. So neither of these really represent. This is closer because my hair is pretty long, although my ponytail goes about to the top of my butt, so not long enough. I guess... Oh, this is neat. Oh, that's the Karen. No, I don't want Karen. I guess I'll just go with this one, and then try to match my hair color. I can't spend too long in the character creator. I can change all of this later, so let's just try to soldier through this quickly. Too light. Needs a bit of red in there. That works. Alright, oh, chokers. Too busy. I like a good simple choker. Alright, face? Oh, too many options. We'll come back to that. Oh, that is an awful texture for the belly. From the front, it's like, oh, no, no. Yeah, I don't know what it is about it. It's like something about the way the waist and hips go into the pants. It's like, oh my god, no, no. It's horrifying. This like if your body looks like that, I'm not making fun of you. It's just it does not look good in this art style. Alright, we'll go back. Oh, we'll just do sleeveless. Oh my god. Why is it so hard to get a good pink? Why is... Okay, yeah, that looks about right. There's too many options. I should just get going. I've said this like twice already. Gonna have to go with shorts. Ooh, barefoot is an option. I'm just trying to match the current color of my nails. Alright, looks good. I like a good fingerless glove. That's about right. And then let's cover it with glasses. Alright, looks good. I need sunglasses. I go outside and the sun just destroys me. Oh, okay. I go outside and the sun just destroys me. I think I'm going to leave these textures alone. It's actually not bad. That's like freckling. That one's also like freckling. Okay, actually, let's put these in. Oh, if you're using one texture, it moves the other. Okay. You know what? We're just gonna go with the freckling here. And then back it off a bit. Face is fine. Face is fine. Looks nothing like me, but it's fine. If I want to mess with that later, I will. Alright, looks good. I like it. Let's do this. I can always change all this later. Oh, Well, the movie's very small. I can keep this up.
Isha, last night your mother had a dream. The dream tells that the ancient Dunny city will grow again someday. New seekers of Dunny will flow in from the desert, feeling called to something they do not understand. But the dream also tells of a desert bird with the power to weave this new Dunny's future. We fear such power. It changes people. Isha, our desert bird, your search seems to take you further and further from us. I hope what you find will bring you closer.
Alright, so, weird opening. I don't know. The video always felt a little weird to me. Let's see. Give you some information. We're doing normal presets. Alright, okay. I think most of this should be good. This might actually mess up what I was doing. Let's go back. Damn it! Okay. Sorry, guys. Hopefully I can just do this and it will be fixed. Okay, it looks like it's fixed. Let's see. Don't do videos ever again. Or graphic settings. Don't do graphic settings ever again. Audio settings. Looks good. Another one of the problems here is that you can't do any of the... You can't do any changes until you get into it. We'll go for a more cinematic camera. Alright, that should do it. So like I was saying, I've been playing this since it was on GameTap. I'm not gonna, like, ever get lost. I might get confused by a puzzle or two, but that's part of the fun. This game is pretty simple. We're just looking for 7 of these journey cloths in every area, and I already know where all they all are. So this is probably going to be pretty quick. There is a fair amount of content. We are playing on the online services, so there's more content than if I were playing Complete Chronicles. This game was meant to be a Myst MMO. Basically, you would be playing with a bunch of other people. It's still possible to play online. You're probably never going to find a bunch of other people, maybe 1 or 2. It still has new content coming out. Most of it is fan-generated, but it's still being created. And, I still enjoy playing it from time to time. I do it maybe once a year. Just start a new character, go through the game again. In fact, I just did it as a dry run on this. Oh, hold on a second.
Hey.
Okay, subtitles are working.
So, I'm Zandy.
Hello, Zandy.
I probably know more about why you're here than you do.
Doubt it.
Don't worry about it. You felt drawn here, just like the others. I'm not really here to give you answers, just to give you help and get you started. She's left a message for you in the cleft. Listen to it well. Follow her. Find the journeys. And then enter the tree. Oh, and check with me if you need help.
Alright, so there's not going to be a lot in the way of NPCs. There's maybe like, I think there's actually only 2 NPCs in the whole game. You might wonder why the subtitles are like that. Well, we'll figure that out later. It's actually a chat client. Oops. I'm gonna have to look this up. Okay, got it. Second journey cloth on the back of Zandy's trailer. Oh yeah, hold on 1 second. I do have a little bit of help in this game. When did I get my online privileges back? You tend to break the rules there. Most people just don't want me around. This is actually, I think, the first game I'm going to be possibly seeing other people. Alright, so there are collectibles in this game. I'm going to be using this to find them. There are no collectibles in this area quite yet. There's 3 different types of collectibles. Relto pages, clothing, and calendar sparks. I thought I... There we go. So I will be using this to find them all. I am fairly familiar with where they all are, but it helps to have this so I don't miss any. I exposed myself to the world. Pretty much. Oh, that would be a good title. Title changing. Hello there, Axter. Thanks for joining. I was good to see you, buddy. Alright, 3 collectibles here. Oh, shit. One was backed by Zandy's trailer. Okay, this is weird. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be here yet. First of all, I don't have the Relto book. Also, I can get closer, but when I start walking again... Oh. Well, that was dumb. When I start walking again... Okay, I can't... Oh, I can't get the page. Okay. I don't have a Relto book yet, so it's kind of surprising that I can get the pages already, but we'll just go with it. Anyways, I can get closer, but eventually the camera's going to go all the way back again. Like, I don't know, it does it automatically. The fuck is Myst Online? Oh, I was explaining that, then I got sidetracked by my own brain. Myst Online was an attempt by Cyan Worlds to make a Myst version of a massively multiplayer online game. The vision was that hundreds, thousands, millions of people would be working on the restoration of the Dunny city buried deep underneath the Earth's crust. And it would have an evolving storyline as things went along. Like, one of the early things that they tried to do was have people restore the algae in the lake that gives the Dunny their day-night cycle. It's a bioluminescent algae that, you know, increases and decreases in intensity over the course of a day. They didn't get very far. First of all, the game was limited to game tap to begin with, and the service kind of died very quickly. So what they did is they took all the current content, put it into one package, and released a single-player version called Uru Complete Chronicles. You can actually buy it on Steam. It's mostly the same game, but there is new stuff in the online version that isn't in Complete Chronicles. Also, there are some slight differences that I'll get into later. But the game didn't exactly die with game tap. There were a couple attempts at a self-sustaining, what would you call it? A self-financed, that's the word. A self-financed version of the game called Until Uru, or Uru Again. It's gone through several iterations. I've played them all. You can still get it at, I think it's Myst Uru, or something like that. I swear I need to change to a different OS that lets me psychotically control every single thing every single process does. I think you mean psychically, but yes, psychotically works too. You can still get it at Myst Online, and it's still called Myst Online Uru Live Again, there. I'll put the link in the chat. Still works. It still has an official server from Cyan Worlds. It just... Did I pick up the birds page? I guess I'll find that out in a second. It's just not very popular. So you'll find, I think there's probably the most I've seen is like 3 people in the city, which doesn't really tell me how many people are... Oh, excuse... I fell. Doesn't really tell me how many people are actually playing, but it does give an idea that there's maybe double digits number of people playing any given time. There's something comforting about this game to me. I like places, like in real life, I like places where people were supposed to be gathering in great numbers, but are extremely empty. Like for instance, I used to go to Cedar Point. I used to live like an hour from Cedar Point, and there used to be they tried for a couple years, they tried to be like copy SeaWorld. So they had like a show tank for like dolphin shows and stuff, but it closed pretty quickly. And after that, there was a section of the park that nobody ever went to. It had the aquarium, and it was too much, like it was too expensive to actually tear it down, so they just left it. So you could be in the middle of a theme park with millions of, well, probably not millions, tens of thousands of people around you, and there's this space where nobody just nobody goes. Those are the kinds of things I like finding. And dead MMOs give me a similar feeling. Like there were supposed to be people, not in so the beginning of the game is an instance thing. You start alone. It's kind of tutorial-ish, but there's not going to be anybody else here ever. We'll get to the multiplayer parts of the game in a bit. I'll probably stick with the single player. So it released with the single player campaign, and then hints of the multiplayer stuff that was coming. Some of the multiplayer stuff was released, but not all of it. Like, there were a lot of plans for this game that never came to fruition. I never knew that. Been to Cedar Point lots of times, about an hour from it now. The aquarium got torn down. I don't know. I don't think you'd call it an aquarium. Natatorium? It was a place for giving, like, aquatic animal shows. Wasn't exactly an aquarium, but I think they tore it down in the mid-2000s. I'm talking about like 80s, 90s here. That's when it was there. And I'm glad they didn't continue with that, because if you look at the SeaWorld's treatment of animals, it's not great. Alright, let's go talk to Yisha. You might remember Yisha from the previous game. She's had a little bit of a rough time. In the previous game, she was, I don't know, early... Oh, hey. Something to read. Our dearest Yisha. Oh, by the way, this cleft is the place where Atreus grew up. It's the place where Tiana fled after the fall of the Dunny city. This is where she lived the rest of her life. Actually, she might have moved to Myst eventually. Anyways, this is where Gen, for the most part, went from childhood to young adulthood, and Atreus was raised until he was an adult by Tiana. Did I hit this journey cloth? I've already forgotten. The volcano on the surface, which I should have pointed out, is where the tunnel to the Dunny city begins. The Dunny live in a cave, and we'll visit it soon. A gigantic cavern deep underneath the Earth's crust. Eventually they wanted to see what was on the surface, so they dug a tunnel all the way up to it, called the Grand Shaft, or the Great Shaft. Giggity. And it comes out inside the volcano that's right next to this cleft. Anyways, our dear Sisha, last night your mother had a dream. We know that some futures are not cast by writer or maker, but the dream tells that Dunny will grow again someday. I have bad news for you. New seekers of Dunny will flow in from the desert, feeling called to something they do not understand. But the dream also tells of a desert bird with the power to weave this new Dunny's future. We fear such power. It changes people. Yisha, our desert bird, Your search seems to take you further and further from us. I hope what you find will bring you closer. Your father, Idris. So we don't know exactly what Yisha is trying to accomplish yet, but that's what this whole game is about. I will use them to bring me the least impossible. These are notes added by Yisha. I will use them to bring me the least. So, we'll see that over and over again. She'll talk about the least over and over again, but it won't make sense. Now his garden is mine, and what I have found must be returned. Okay. Server's probably running on Raspberry Pi. I think it could. It probably could. Oh yeah. Where was that? Birds? Yeah, I did pick up birds. Okay. No, don't grab on. This is one of the problems with the game. Your character will grab on. Come on. I need to go up. Your character will grab onto ladders and stuff automatically. It's a little bit easier to go in first person mode most of the time, but I'm probably going to stick to third person unless I need to like line up something like this. It's kind of difficult to play in third person, but it is intended, so I'll try my best. Alright, so I've got the power going. Marvel at the physics puzzles. Alright. Crosshairs. Crosshairs, closed eye, turtle, pitchforks. Oh, the only one I have to change is this one. Has to go to closed eye. There it is. Hello, Yusha. Sure.
Oh yes, not in Denis, they won't understand. Once again, the stream in the cleft has begun to flow. It was dry for so long. The water is flowing in from the desert.
I probably shouldn't have closed the door.
The storm is coming.
This looks a little goofier if she's playing to a closed door.
The deep city, the ancient Uru, where there was power to right worlds. For thousands of years, the city lived beneath the surface. Keeper of the secret, keeper of the power, keeper of the ages. Always keeping. The city grew proud, and then it died.
Wasn't she blonde as a child?
The water flows where it wills. It seeks its own path uncontrolled.
Oh, somebody's been drinking.
Downward, always downward. Denis, the city of ages, of other worlds, died. But now it breathes again. It awaits. Some will seek that destination, but you should seek the journey. It's as a fine tapestry, complex beyond comprehension, but now torn. We will show you remnants, pieces of the tapestry, pieces of the journey. Find these remnants, these journeys. 7. 7 in each age. 7 here in the desert. Consider it a quest.
Not a good angle.
No, a request. Worship. The water flows downward, and there it pools,
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
collects, and finally, once again, it reaches the roots, and the tree begins to grow again. I am Yisha. My parents brought me to this place. We will bring you.
Alright. So, Yisha isn't really concerned with the restoration of the Denis city. She wants something else. But we don't know what yet. Oh, yeah. I gotta go touch that cloth. Hold on. Server maintenance anytime they swap out the USB power bank. Pretty much. I've actually seen them do some server maintenance. About a week ago, they added more content to the game, so It's still getting regular updates. Oh man. Okay. Let me sit up straight. Again, I feel like I'm talking through my nose. Every time I do, like, shrimping up, I feel like I'm yelling. I feel like I'm talking through my nose. I gotta settle down. I don't know what I'm doing here. You think after a while, I wouldn't get that rush of endorphins every time I start a stream? But no. Every single time it's like, oh god, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. And then today I had a lot... Ah, shit. Today I had a lot of, technical difficulties getting started, and the cats were freaking going nuts, so... I'm like, this already feels bad. It's a cursed stream and it hasn't even started. I feel like there's something here, hold on. So this game is really full of notes and journals. I don't think I'm going to be able to read them all. My voice would probably give out. Some of them have context, a lot of them are just for lore. I'm not going to get into lore unless it intersects with the main story. Alright, one cloth left. Because as it is, they built up a lot of explanations, backstory. There was supposed to be about 10,000 years of Dunny history. And they didn't fill it all, but they did give quite a bit of new content to the Dunny lore here. God damn it! I'm just gonna climb down. If I can find the right place, there we go. Sometimes the cursor just doesn't want to agree. Alright, so the reason I closed this door is because one of the journey cloths is on the back of it. And there we go, number 7. I'm gonna go open the door again. Actually, wait. Yes, this way. I like having everything open and available. Giggity. Don't like to see a closed door. In fact, I don't even know why we have doors. What has a door ever done for us? Security. Okay, other than security, what has a door ever done for us? Privacy. Okay, other than security and privacy, what has a door ever done for us? Oh yeah, having all 7 journey cloths let me open that door. That's the main objective in all of these first couple ages, is finding all 7 cloths and opening a door. Game itself is pretty simplistic. In fact, there's less focus on puzzles than there are in other Myst games. See, I love the idea of an MMO puzzle game, but if you get right down to it, it's not a great idea. It's like, there's not really anything you... Oh! Got a new video to watch. Wait a second, isn't... Oh, I see.
Many storms have passed, yet the tree still remains. And while the stewards of old have long gone, the deep city continues calling. To all who will listen, new life flows into the cavern as explorers feel drawn to something unknown. And now, old souls and new alike face familiar crossroads. Here, explore alone, the place where all journeys begin. There are no others here, yet there is wisdom on this path. Or here, explore together. The cavern lives and grows. There is singing and dancing, laughing.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not a lot of it.
And dreaming of endings unwritten.
So this was the original vision.
And mourning for those whose endings came too soon. The tree grows again, and the next restoration has begun. Dunny lives, Ooh, again.
I think this video played when you bought the Todani expansion. Like, initially, the game was just the single-player version, the single-player content, which I'm playing through now. And then for the multiplayer stuff, you bought an expansion called Todani. And I think that's the video that plays once you install the Todani expansion. What if every puzzle is individually generated? You can make procedure... Oh, hold on a second. I had to cough. I guess you could make procedurally generated puzzles, but, even still, most of the puzzle content you'd be able to share between each person. Alright, so I picked up a couple of Alto pages at the beginning. I don't know what that black square is. Sometimes it just shows up. I think it's because I'm using a resolution that this game was never supposed to be in. Anyway, I picked up what's called a Relto book. This is a linking book, but it's kind of special in the fact that it comes with you when you link, unlike any other book. It was written by Yisha, and there's an infinite number of copies of it. Obviously, they had to torture the whole descriptive linking book dynamic into an MMO format. So what they said is that, well, Yisha can do it. You'll find there's a lot of things Yisha can do that were considered impossible. Also, another part of it is that it can be added to. I found a couple pages, and this is just so you have things to collect in the game. This is the island that we see over here. We've also got birds flying around. I added those as well by picking up another page. And then the third page was picked up along with the book itself. It created these 4 totems. Without that page, in fact, let me show you. That's the other thing. You can link into Relto while you're already inside Relto. Which, again, by the lore of the series, should be impossible. Oh, it brought me into the hut. Let's get some light in here. Get the stank out. So, when you turn off that page, there's only one totem, and I believe it leads to... Oh no, it doesn't. So this is the cleft totem. If you had started the game in returning explorer mode, this is all you would have seen, and it would have led to the cleft. I actually didn't know this totem even existed. Like, usually when you collect the Relto book, this is already activated. And you never even see that singular totem. What if every puzzle is individually generated? You could make procedurally generated puzzles, kind of like there's the witness randomizer that generates puzzles following the rules of the main game. That's true. I guess it's possible. It would make it... I mean, it would give you some puzzles that could be randomly generated, but if you want any, like, lore-based puzzles, or, like, environmental-based puzzles, that'd be a lot harder to do, randomly generated. It would be more like a Humongous Entertainment game, because, like, entire Humongous Entertainment games, you can have multiple paths through the game, and really even never see some of them. That might have been a better approach, but then you would have gotten people saying, well, I want the rest of that content. I don't want my character to be locked to a certain path through the game. But again, yeah, an MMO puzzle game is a little bit weird because eventually all of the puzzle solutions are going to be online, and you can just look them up. So, I literally memorized none of the Myst lore. In fact, I wasn't really paying full attention when I watched you stream it. Well, that's fine. I'm explaining the things that should be impossible. In fact, I'm repeating myself quite a bit, so... Alright, so the single-player version of this game has... So first of all, the multiplayer version you link to from here, that blue book. The single-player is done on these 4 totems. So I'm going to start with the single-player, and then we'll get into the city later. This is the closet. I can change my appearance here, but I'll do that later if I need to. I'll probably do it quite a bit. Alright, let's start by reading through I don't think there's actually... Yeah, there's nothing. Okay, so this book just has a brief description of the first 4 ages. Teledon. The truth of a man is found in the darkness beneath the surface. Some light may reveal only what some men... Some light might reveal only what some men want to be seen. That appears to be gibberish. Regathavik. I think this is the Dunny word for king. Regathavik Uza. Or Orpa? Orpa. Book 9, entry 221. Something 29. Item 29. Alright, so this is just a little bit of a hint about what goes on in Teledon. We'll talk about that later. Garrison. The laws contrived by the proud are their security and their undoing. Such laws make disobedience a virtue and obedience a sin. Regatavik. Orpa. Book 12, entry 32, item 134. Kadish Talesa. Only the way a man is when he is hidden is how he is. A shallow glimpse can deceive. Look deep, ponder, and recognize all that is hidden. Same person. Entry 221, item 77. Ederchemo and Edergira. When all is taken from one, the only hope that remains is what is given by another. Through this giving, both are redeemed. So these are just a little bit of hints on what we are about to experience. The numbers at the bottom, I don't know why. They are 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we're missing 4 pages. Oh wait, no. Never mind. Never mind. It has all the pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you'll notice that it starts over again. The 5 remains, but the next 4 numbers are... the initial 4 numbers on top of 5. So 6, 7, 8. The Dunny numbering system is actually base 25. It's a little bit difficult, and that does give us some weirdness later on in the game, but I'll explain it when we get there. Alright, first we're going to go to Garrison, because I want a key. Which one of you is Garrison? That one is... Kadish Talesa. I think that one is Edergira and Ederchemo. That one's Teledon. I'm looking for one that has like a prison shape on it. Which one of you is Garrison? Maybe that's Edergira and Ederchemo. Okay, this would be Garrison then. Yes, okay. Garrison was a prison age, and not in the sense that Atris used it. The sense that Atris used prison age in Myst 4, not in Myst 1 or 2. This is where criminals were kept. Actually, this in particular is where the maintainers lived, but we'll get to the prisoners later. Most of this place is powerless. Like most ages, the first thing to do is restore power. Heck, we did that in Cleft as well. Scattered throughout the game, we're going to find these borrow stones. I'll explain the borrow later. But each one of these is going to open up a little dead end spot. So this is, like I said, the single player game came out first. This is the city of Dunny. Welcome everyone. We'll explore it later, but this is where the multiplayer content happens. This in particular is the neighborhood that I belong to. Like I said, the single player game came out, it had a few peaks of the multiplayer game. So there would be these little places where you could look out what's to come and see what's to come. That's the lake I'm talking about. This is the cavern that the Dunny lived in for 10,000 years. The lake used to give off more light, and it would grow in intensity throughout the day and then fade again, which gave them their day-night cycle. Now it just stays dark. Anyways, there's no way to get out of here without going to Rialto, so we're going to go to Rialto. But that's the cavern that we've been wondering about for 4 games at this point. Part of Myst 1 actually takes place there, but we didn't know it at the time. Every time you go to a new age, it gets added to this library. Again, something that really shouldn't happen, but we're just ignoring a lot of the Myst lore to make it a multiplayer game. It's not like they're going to make you find a linking book in each area. Although that might have been a good puzzle. Let's see. I'm just going to look up what items I can pick up here. I can get 2 Rialto pages, 2 calendar sparks, and 1 clothing item, although it's impossible to get the clothing item unless you have a second player. Alright, this is probably the most important item in the game. This is our key. It's basically a multiplayer communicator. Like, I couldn't use chat until I got this. So this is going to give you, you know, all of your buddies, your age, people sharing the same age with you, the neighbors who share your neighborhood. It keeps the pictures that you've taken, all of the messages that you've gotten. Okay, so these are all the people who are in my neighborhood. These are the people in my neighborhood. You know, recent contacts, ignore lists, all that fun stuff. And also has a few settings. Yeah, actually, let's turn that on, since I don't plan to actually interact with anybody. Let's make it harder for them to actually send me messages. Anyways, that'll sit up there. I can turn it off. But that's gonna give me... Oh yeah, there's actually one thing I want to bring up. There's one more collectible that I forgot. But it starts in Edergira. So I'll start there first. Okay. Alright, this is a linking book to the Nexus. Let's add it to our library. There's going to be a lot of linking back and forth in this game. Unfortunately, it's just a bare reality of this game that this is going to happen. We'll talk about this later. This is the main place where we're going to link into the multiplayer content. It's on my bookshelf now, and I can't share it. So if you unlock these latches at the beginning, anyone who visits your Rialto can visit your age. And in fact, they can do things to them, though I think it's impossible to actually make them completely unbeatable. There's probably like exploits you can use to fuck people over. It's kind of like Animal Crossing in its construction. Like, you have your own personal areas. You can let people visit them. Like, the people who visit them can actually finish them for you, which I guess would take away from the fun. But as long as you don't let people go to your Rialto, it doesn't matter. Like, there's no way they can get into your Rialto unless you let them. What is going on with my neckline? Look at that. It looks like I have a plunging V-neck. What is that? Is that my shadow of my head? I guess it is. Looks like I have a semi-translucent top on, and actually I kind of like the design. Alright, let's jump. Most of the orange cones you see placed around have been put there by the Dunny Restoration Council. The plan was basically to have people playing, but also the game designers and like, what are they called? Game masters? Would be playing alongside you, but they would have special accounts called the Dunny Restoration Council. So in-universe, they were people who were working to actually restore parts of the city, so other people could explore them. I can't get out of this pit unless I go back to my Rialto, so let's go. This is probably my least favorite Rialto page. What it does is it adds a bunch of loose logs and stones to your alto. I don't like that. It looks too cluttery, so I usually just turn this one off. You can kick those around. In fact, you can kick them off the edge if you want, but I don't like the way it looks. Oh, also one of the things is, when you use the journey cloth, what you can do is you can link in to the last journey cloth that you used. So rather than having to link in and out at the link in spot every single time, you can choose which journey cloth you link to. Of course, you have to hit all 7, so after you hit all 7 you can then choose which one will be the link in spot. Journey cloth number 2. Alright, so 2 calendar sparks, I know where both of them are. I picked up one of the Relta pages already, and the other one I can't quite get to yet. I'm gonna make a dangerous jump. Ha! Made it. This next part is probably gonna be easier in first person. In fact, I'm just gonna go to first person. I don't know why they expected you to do this in third person with the camera not in the right position. The controls are tanky controls. It actually controls with the mouse, like clicking makes you walk, right clicking makes you run. Oops, knocked you over. Oh well. So you can actually play this game one-handed for the most part. Fucking oh fuck there! God damn it! That was my ride. I was supposed to get in that gap. So you can walk across it with no detriment. It looks like it should be tearing my face off, but it's fine. As long as I keep walking against this, I should go inside. The problem with that is, in the single-player version of this at least, there's some sort of problem where sometimes the floor just doesn't have collision. And it happens with this gear quite often. Like, you'll get in there, immediately fall through the floor. Okay, good. Or you'll get to the next section and immediately fall through the floor as you step outside the gear. It happens a lot more in I said Crystal Chronicles, Complete Chronicles, which is, again, the compilation of all the expansions, but modified to be single player. But it still does happen in the online version sometimes. I don't know what the problem is. They just didn't know how to do 3D collision yet. Remember, this is Cyan Worlds going from a node-based exploration straight into programming an entire 3-dimensional MMO. There were some growing pains. Oberdoppel Myst. I don't know what that means, but it sounds very German. Alright, so it's time to get the power going. As far as I understand it, this is kind of like a push start. So we get this to build up some potential energy. Let it fall to convert it into kinetic energy. And while it's falling, we have to do the entire process of turning on the power. Now, in fairness, you don't have to do the whole thing at once. I can go back and stand on that thing again. I usually do it, I do half of it, go and stand, and then do the other half. It's a catchphrase of a fictional depressed red wolf character. Oh! What does it mean? Over, double... I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm guessing Myst is, like, fog? maybe? Or maybe you're just saying you missed because this is an escape. There's two possibilities here. My brain has come up with both of them. Alright, power's on. And that loud sound is going to continue until I leave this room. Now we're turning on the elevators. The doors were already activated, but now all the elevators are activated. The doors were activated, they just didn't have power. Now I can just go through all the doors, rather than having to use the gear to get around. Some of the doors that open, I don't know why. I don't think those rooms actually exist. Over double giant shit. Wait, Myst is shit? I think you told me that already. So a bunch of strengthening words in front of shit. Ah. It's like saying this is super hyper mega double bullshit. I don't know where I am. Alright, just gotta find the elevator on the first floor. So this next place is one of the big problems with Complete Chronicles. I don't know exactly what... Like I said, I don't know what the problem is. But every time you jump, every time you jump, there's a chance that the floor is going to lose collision. And this is one of the places where it happens a lot. Also, this is my favorite place in the game. Uh-oh, am I gonna make it? Am I gonna make it? I don't think I'm gonna make it. I don't think I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. Yes, alright. And good thing the floor didn't lose collision. Alright, so this is my favorite place in the game. I have actually spent hours upon hours of my life just sitting here at the end of one of these piers and rotating around looking at the sights. In fact, we're probably gonna do that here. Let me get to the next one. So like I said, this is a prison age. But the problem is, in a world where anybody can link in anywhere they want, how do you build a prison that can't be... that somebody just can't, like, send something into and then escape through? Well, you make it constantly spin. As long as it's constantly moving, anybody trying to link directly into one of the prison cells has the danger of ending up in a wall. Anyways, like I said, I have spent hours of my life just sitting at the end of one of these pylons, watching the world go by. It's kind of like a good screensaver. Panopticon. Yes, well, I don't think this counts as a panopticon. It's moving in a circular fashion, just so nobody can use a linking book to get inside one of the cells. Because what you could do in this world where anybody can link in anywhere they want is make a linking book that goes directly to a prison cell, and then, you know, jump in with a linking book, spring the person inside out of it, and then both of you leave with another linking book. I think it's actually a pretty good nod to the problems that a society that has teleportation would present to holding people prisoner. Now, the people held in this prison, I mean, the people running this prison, they're not exactly good, but we'll get into that later. I just think that it's a cool lore or world building thing that somebody actually had to think of, wait, how could you even hold somebody captive in a world where they can teleport? Like I said though, one of my favorite things to do, but I'm not going to spend hours here. Maybe I'll spend some time later. But while playing for you guys, I'm going to keep it moving. Still, this is probably the coolest place, in my opinion, in the game. And this is where I fell in love with Uru. When I say this is my favorite Myst game, I don't really mean, like, story-wise. The story's kind of shit. But I like the feeling that it gives me. Like, I truly feel like I'm in a place where people were meant to be, but I'm exploring it completely alone. Literally dung is used, but it's toned down. Scheisse. I knew Scheisse was shit. I think you told me that Myst was dung earlier, but then my mind is dangerously like a sieve. Alright, just a couple more things to find here. There is one more journey cloth, a calendar spark. Alright, so this is actually where the maintainers, the people who kept the prison running, would suit up. There is a piece of clothing I can get here. I can actually get a maintainer's full hazard suit, but I can only do that if I have another person playing with me. So this is a multiplayer game that was available in some versions of Myst Online, but it was removed because it's extremely buggy. What you do is you set up this wall with traps using this console. There is another person on the other side of the wall, so it's kind of like Battleship. They set up their traps, then both of you go to that tube, which delivers you to the wall, and then you have to climb it, avoiding the traps. I will do that before the end of this stream. But I'm not going to do it now because it means I have to log in a second character. And I'm going to avoid doing that for as long as I can. Alright, in one of these hallways there is a calendar spark. In fact, I think it's right there at the end. Nope, never mind, that was just some random light. So first send in an attack squad to disable the spinning mechanism and then free the prisoner. Got it. Yeah, that would work. You'd have to destroy a lot of stone though. As you might have seen, this spinny thing is actually part of the building itself. So you'd have to destroy a lot of the building before it would stop spinning. Like, even before I turned the power on, by connecting a generator to the spinny thing, the building itself was already spinning. I don't know what it runs on, maybe some sort of geothermal energy. I think this describes the wall. And again, I told you about the DRC. So anytime we find a book telling us about something in the game, it'll be from the DRC. The Garrison Training Wall, author Simpson, transcribed from voice recorder. Age, Garrison, date. Okay, so this came out in 2003. Holy crap. That was a long time ago. 4/22/2003 to 11/26/2003. Multiple trips. This document is supposed to detail how the wall worked, so here goes. Should probably start with the point of this thing. As we best understand it, it seems the idea was simple. Each team created a maze. The first team person to get to the top of the maze won the competition, or training, or whatever they called it. We're pretty confident it was originally used by maintainers to improve their physical and mental conditioning. While climbing the structure was the main task, it was made much more difficult by adding fogs, rain, noxious fumes, fire, extreme heat, extreme cold, and I suppose whatever else they could throw in there. I think that means it's a pretty airtight room in there. Even so, I'm assuming we won't be turning on the Unleash Hell component to the control panels anytime soon. At least, don't while I'm around. Definitely played by two different sides. It's not clear how many were on each side, but it doesn't seem to matter. Each team created a maze for the opposite team in each control room. Maze creation. Green button at the top, engage the control panel. Okay, we don't need to read this. This is just telling us how to work the wall. The soup machine, as I like to call it, very clever I know, raises once both mazes are set. Competitors step into the machine, it lowers over the person, and wham, drop through the hole and find yourself at the bottom of the wall, wearing a piece of high-tech dunny gear. Very cool stuff, if I say so myself. Does feel a little weird, though. Alright, then both sides race to the top. Pretty easy. Once somebody gets to the top, the suit and some kind of panel on the wall initiates a link. Bam, the maintainer found themselves in the maintainer nexus. Yahoo! Winner. Once there, maintainer raised his arms in the air to cheer to himself, then linked back to the control room for game number 2. That's how I picture it. It's worth noting that the nexus removes the suit from the maintainers as well. We don't know how, really, but we know it does. Since we're admitting what we don't know, that link to the wall and the suit thing is somewhat of a mystery. Once one side reached the top, the mazes were displayed on the wall for the poor guy, still trying to find his way to the top. At the same time, it looks like those patterns were displayed in observation rooms, and the maintainer nexus displays as well. Loser needed to work his way to the top, use the same link as the winner, and get rid of the suit, and start on game 2. Maybe get chewed out by his superiors first. Who knows? Alright. Alrighty. Too many journals. I'm probably going to truncate most of them. My voice will get better. Oh, this explains the key on my hand. KI. It's called the key because there's a Dini number 3 on it, which looks like the letters KI in English. Killer Instinct. Base functions. Dini number 3 on the backside of all these devices. 3 functions? There's certainly more than that. 3 core functions? In any case, it's a convenient name. Key. 1. Nexus interface. Nexus seems to be just an interpreter for key data. Keys allow users to provide or decline book access to other keys. I think we can make this work for neighborhoods as well. Age names defined in the key appear in the Nexus, or should. Interpersonal communication. Obviously the most important function. Voice or text communication to other key users. Inter or inter-age. Doesn't seem to matter. That should be impossible as well, but whatever. Image capture, storage, and transfer. A single button press captures an image and stores it within an appropriate ages directory. Images can be sent to other keys as well as to upload some imagers, depending on versions. Seems main servers coordinated this functionality. Might be tough to revive. Journal entry, storage, and transfer. Fairly simple. Writes notes and stores them. Again, server handles transfer journal, key to key or key to imager. Markers. The ability to drop and collect markers at the operator's present location. And an age. Layers of... Okay, too long. Alright, it does some stuff. It opens doors. You can communicate with it. It takes pictures. And the last thing I haven't mentioned is the markers. You can actually create marker, like, I guess they'd be called scavenger hunts. So basically you go to a place in your age, you set a marker there. Geocaching is probably a better way to phrase it. You set up markers throughout your age and then challenge other people to find them as quickly as they can. That's about it. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of diaries in this game. Oh, is there anything else in this room? There should be a journey cloth in one of these rooms, and a borrow stone in the other. I have to come back to this room and use this borrow stone after. I am saying the word a little bit weird. It should be like bahro, but my English-speaking throat does not like that, so I just say borrow. It's not like the borrowers. It's bah, B-A-H-R-O. In Dunny, it means beast people, and is usually used to denote slaves. Democratic Republic of the Congo. That's also another thing for DRC. A lot of these ages are very quiet, so I might use some filler music. But I'll make that decision later. There's some very good music in this game that I don't want to, override. One thing that Myst always does well is music. Was this 3? I think this was. Yeah, this is... So basically this area has 3 conference rooms, 3 maintainer suit-up places, and 3 wall control panels. Oh! Okay, so this is just a copy of the same journal I just read. Alright, 2 journey cloths to go. We're not going to be able to reach them. The other 2 are in the prison complex, which is not accessible from this side of the age. We have to find a cheat code, we'll call it. Title, Garrison. Simpson, don't mention anything about the upper area of the fortress in your Garrison report. I don't want people wandering all over Toledon looking for that weird link stone. Sharper. Alright, so this gives us a clue as to how to reach the upper levels of Garrison. Simpson again. Apparently the one who explored this age initially. Okay, one thing seems immediately how long is this? Alright, we're gonna do cliff notes. One thing seems... I'll read the intro and then I'll do cliff notes on each section. One thing seems immediately obvious. This place was built for security. No one could write a link anywhere in this place or the next. It was obviously a maintainer facility of some kind. It doesn't seem that it was for the general guild members. By that, I mean it was limited to hiring at least the higher ranking members. Okay, I need a drink. As to how they got the first link written here, I don't know. Probably while it was under construction. It does seem pretty obvious that it's not going to happen again, unless something major happens to this place. I should say, oh, I guess it's impossible to actually write a linking book to a position that's always moving, but if that's true, it should be impossible to make a linking book to anywhere, but whatever. Because moving really just depends on your frame of reference. I should say that Kodama has some theories about the age that have held up so far. May have been the special forces of a sort for maintainers that started later, mid-8000s. So, the later you get in Dunny history, higher towards 9000, I think the collapse happened at like 9900 something. The closer you get to that, the more totalitarian and fascistic the Society of the Dunny becomes. Became somewhat of a research and development arm for the Maintainers Guild. I don't know. Worth mentioning, though, there are quite a few mentions of such groups in other docs Kodama has found, or at least seen. Alright, to begin with, I'd wager that no other high-ranking government official or similar ever made it to this room. That's just my guess, but it seems pretty sound. I don't think any school buddies or girlfriends dropped by to see their maintainer friend. The linking book we found was deep within the Maintainer Guild. I'm sure it was well guarded in its day. You can see right off the bat, the entrance was extremely secure. Thick walls, one door, high window, sniper maybe. If you manage to get in with a bomb or something, it's not going to do any noticeable damage. I love the maintainer symbol on the floor and everywhere else you look. As though I might forget and wonder where I am. Okay, so this is just a description of all the rooms we've been through up till now. Waiting room, that's where we got the key. Looks like maybe a place to turn in weapons and store books to other ages. Yeah, there's no way I'm reading all of this, because there's going to be like 50 of these journals in every age. This is basically just a description of the places we've been so far. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pause on each page, and if you want to read it yourself in the VOD, feel free. That's your prerogative. So just listen to my voice 2 seconds at a time while you go through and pause this over and over again. Upper portions. I'm not going up now, but we do know the upper portions were used as prison cells. Typical Donny technology. They had a single linking book that went to all the cells. Since the building was always rotating, a very complicated linking apparatus and timing mechanism was associated with the book. The timing of the link would determine which cell the person linked to. Apparently it was very tight. Speaking of linking, nice. Speaking of linking, this entire building is rotating as well. It seems as though most visitors came on the path from the well, though there are also books directly to this building. There had to be. It seems that many of them also use the timing mechanism to link into specific rooms. Looks like another new feature designed and built by these guys. One of many, I'm sure. I'm just wondering where the main research labs were, or better yet, where did everyone sleep or eat? I mean, with a society that can teleport, quarters don't have to be anywhere near where you actually work. That would be pretty cool, though. I envision a world eventually where you just have, like, a wormhole to your job. That would be pretty, maybe there's just, like, a central wormhole hub that all you have to do is walk to that, cross over to the other side of the world where you actually are employed, and then go from there. None of this commute bullshit. But in fact, with how things are, it's pretty easy to just work from home nowadays. Alright, this is my first calendar spark. We'll take a look at what that does in a second. I don't think I'd ever take teleportation that involves fully dissolving and being reconstituted. I feel like that would kill me. I've talked about this before, pretty often in fact. It's one of the things I think about a lot. I would need teleportation to be more along the lines of Portal instead of Star Trek. Alright, one last thing to do here is use this borrow stone to add the link to my book. Again, it goes to a balcony overlooking the multiplayer parts of this game, but we can't quite get there yet. When I played on GameTap, there were people who did figure out how to jump over the edges of these balconies, because of course they did. So you could actually reach the multiplayer content if you just broke free of these balconies. Of course nobody else could reach it, so it didn't matter. But I do remember people at the time being like, oh god, you can get off the balconies, and then helping each other figure it out. Alright, back to the Relto. I'll show you what that calendar spark did. The name seems pretty self-explanatory. There are 12 of them hidden throughout the game. They would, when this game was on GameTap, they would only have one active at a time. And this is the one for January, so January, February, March, April, etc., etc. So you'd have to play the game for an entire year, or at least log in once per month, to get each calendar spark. I don't think I did that when it was on GameTap. I think I lost interest. I think actually GameTap folded before a year passed. I don't know if it lasted a full year. Anyways, that's as much of Garrison as I can do right now. So let's go to Teledon, because we know that's where the rest of Garrison is accessed from. We got a hint from a book about it. Teledon is more of a resource collection age. In ages written by the Dunny, there's going to be several main themes. They're going to be either for labor, resource production, or political prisoners. Garrison was for the latest. This one was for the former. Formerist? Like, the last item in a list is called the latest. What would the first item be called? I guess just the first. I think that's how it works. At least that's how I've always envisioned it. Because if you say two things and then later reference the latter, that means you're talking about the second thing. So I'd assume 3 or more, you'd have to say latest, but I could be wrong about that. It's probably that grammar I just don't know. We're into advanced grammar. Alright, so you'll notice here that the day is pretty short, but we must be somewhere near a pole because while we see the sun booking it around the world, it never dips. So we're at some sort of polar region. You'd think it would get pretty hot here. Again, the Dunny number 3 is on this button. The puzzle here is just that you have to press it 3 times. Again, this isn't a very difficult game. Alright, solar collector is deployed, but next I have to actually make it track the sun. I'll go this way because I know the sun is going to come this... Oh, there we go. Oops. Other button. There we go. Perfect. Alright, power has been restored to this age. Again, the first thing to do in an age is restore power. It's going to be a pretty common thread. It's weird that there's... This machinery has not been maintained at least 200 years. So it's pretty good that only one of these was broken. This is a shortcut that we're going to upload later. Actually, at the very end of this page. Alright, got power running to everything except this facility, whatever it is. I don't know what it is. But we're never going to be able to reach there. Oh, it looks to be some sort... Okay, so that's collecting something from the bottom of the swamp. I don't know what. Apparently mud here is very important. But instead of collecting mud, we're going to collect ourselves. Off we go. I've never really looked into like the deep lore of this game. Most of what I say is going to be just what I glean from what I see. Like, I've never even read most of these journals. In fact, I probably should. Reading that Garrison journal made me realize, oh, there's actually a lot of stuff that I could learn by reading. It's fundamental. Well, good thing there was a grill above that fan. I nearly died. Hello there, Cannabis Clown. Thanks for joining. It was good to see you. Hey, girl. How you doing today? There's Journey Cloth number 2 for Teledon. Alright, so this console controls all of the functions of the mud collecting facility. What we want to do is, first of all, let's get some light in here. We got 3 lights that we can turn on. This controls whether the buckets go one way, or actually, if I put the control downward, the buckets are going to do one dump and then stop. On this setting, they keep going forever. I want that on that setting. I don't have to use these buckets anymore, so I'm just going to leave it running. I think this lever actually controls the mud bucket collector that we saw, the mud collector, but as you can see, it's broken. So this lever doesn't do anything. This opens a hatch later in the game, but right now the place is full of water, so let's empty that water first. Now, I would have figured this out if I opened the hatch and then went and looked, but the place would be full of water and impassable. So I'm just gonna empty it now because I know I have to. Editing baby stuff on Ark. You mean like... What do you mean by baby stuff? Did you have a baby? Congratulations. I didn't know Cannabis was a dad. Okay, I gotta get up. There we go. That's all I had to do. I had to drain the water and open the hatch. Let's unlock the elevator. And ride it up. We're about to take a little tangent here. In fact, let's go down first, because that'll let me show you what we did with the hatch before it gets too far away, because we're about to go on a little bit of a tangent. Ark baby stuff game. I still don't quite understand, like, Ark survival survival evolved. Anyways, this elevator takes us back to the entrance. And now the hatch in the floor is open, and the water below it is drained. But before I do that... No, don't do that! Ha! Did you see how my character just slid right to the ladder? It really tries to get you on ladders. The other thing is, if I start walking from here, I'll immediately grab the ladder. So I gotta back up first. Alright, let's go on a little bit of a tangent. Ark baby stuff game. I just don't understand. Are you talking about Ark Survival Evolved? Or something else? Yes, okay. Sorry. I've never played the game. Valve played it for a while. They played it when when there was... I don't know if this happened more than once, but when they were playing it, there was a communicable disease that was spreading throughout the entire server. That was like unhealable or something. I don't know. It was... There were griefers just going around spreading the disease. That's all I really remember about it. Yes. They stopped playing about that time. I played with them like once. But I don't know anything about Ark other than that. That's not the main game. Oh, okay. I didn't even know that that was a sub-game of a larger franchise. Alright, so there's a couple clues on this desk. Let's take a look around. Maybe there'll be a journal. The creature contains... I don't know if I can even read this. So this is showing me a creature. We can actually see this creature. I might try for it, but unfortunately it's random. The creature it looks like the creature contains, or... No, that's not an N. It's some sort of... It's a G or a Y. Or maybe it could even be a J, but... The creature... Yeah, I don't think I can read this. It says something about... I saw this in the lagoon, maybe? It doesn't matter. If I can't read it very easily, I just skip it. He is larger by far than am I. Had remnants? I don't know. I would like to meet this creature. That looks very interesting. I always like meeting new creatures. Alright, so mostly a creature that actually does not figure into the game at all. We can see it. Man, this guy loved this creature. I guess he was a biologist. The bucket can be repurposed as an elevator. Oh, there's a number on that. What was that? That was 1 and 7. This place is 25s, by the way. Like I said, it's a base 25 system. So the first place goes up to 24, and then this place is 25s. Luckily it's just 1, so this is 25 plus 7, or 32. Don't know if it's important, but whatever. We've got ourselves a Fryman Safe Haven 3. Douglas Sharper bought. This is a, what's it called? Registration card. You used to actually, I don't know why you would do it, like it would give you like products and warranties and stuff, but a lot of stuff back in the day came with registration cards. Now you just do it online if you want to do it at all, which I don't, but it's weird. You'd have to fill it out, mail it in. It was mostly just for marketing purposes, much like registration is these days. They just want to get more information about you. Fryman Safe Haven Series. Warranty Information Card. Thank you for your purchase of the Fryman Safe Haven 3. As with all our aquariums, the Safe Haven models come with a 1-year unlimited warranty. In order to take full advantage of the Fryman guarantee, please fill out the registration card you received with your aquarium. Yeah, see. Accessing the safe. For Safe Haven 2 models, the lower portion of the tank is accessed via the safe button. The safe button is located directly above the patented central feeding hole on the back side of the aquarium. For Safe Haven 3 and 4 models, the safe button is built into the light on-off switch. Simply press the light switch for longer than 3 seconds, and the lower portion of the tank will open. That doesn't seem very safe at all. Safe Haven 4 models owners will also be required to enter a combination in order to open the safe portion of the tank after the lower portion has been raised. Well, it sounds like that's the one you should have built first. The combination from the factory is the last 6 digits of your registration number. Of course, the combination can be changed at any time by following the instructions on the separate insert entitled Changing Your Safe's Combinations. Safe Haven 3 is shown for purposes of illustration only. Your aquarium may differ depending on model. Fryman Aquatics and Supply Liability, limited to parts and labor of aquarium and safe. Warranty for contents of safe, neither expressed nor implied. Copyright 1998. Fryman Aquatics and Supply. All rights reserved. So now we know that he has a Safe Haven 3. Also, this diagram will be important for later. In fact, I'm going to take a picture of it. Alright, so let's go open that Safe Haven 3. How do I get up? Okay, there we go. You can control the game. Did I actually press... I don't know if I did the journey cloth. I'm going to do it. Just in case, because I don't want to skip any of these accidentally. There's another link to the Nexus. which I don't need because I've already got mine. There's a Relto page over here. Adds a thatch roof to my library. Kick the shit out of that thing. Alright, so hold on the light switch for 3 seconds. And it's not going to happen because my character moved. 1, 1000, 2, 1000, 3, 1000. That seems very unsafe. Alright, so Douglas hid a link to his office inside that book. We can also get straight back to his office on Teledon here. In fact, I'm going to do that. I don't know if this adds another link to the Teledon book. I don't think it does. But usually each individual link and spot has its own page. So just in case, I'm going to do that. Just in case this is another... Oh, fuck. I didn't want to go to the Nexus. No! I messed up. That was the wrong book. Alright, let's go to our Relto. Let's take a look at our new roof. Oh, which, by the way, what are all the collectibles here? There are 2 Relto pages, but I'm only going to be able to find one right now. There is 1 calendar spark and 1 clothing item. It's okay, it's just linking around. Let's take a look at our roof, because now we've got a nice rustic thatch roof. Unfortunately, every spring we're going to have to replace the rotting parts of the thatch, but it's worth it, I think, for that cottagecore flair. I saw a video titled "Cottagecore is the Millennial Midlife Crisis," and I was like, you know what? Fair. Did I get a link to Sharper's office? No, I didn't. Luckily, the Journey Cloth will take me there. See, it's supposed to work that every single individual linking book that you find is added to your books, but apparently this one is not. Anyways, let's go back to his office. This is in Denis. The city has a name. I think it's Aigura. Like, Denis is not actually one city. The entire cavern has settlements spread throughout. So it's not just one big city. They have a bunch of different ones. But in general, the cavern itself is just called Denis. Alright, this is a hint for a much later puzzle. I checked the time on this. This one is actually tied to the real time of... like, the real time of the world. So, the next puzzle opening on this one isn't for 9 hours. At least it was about 2 hours ago. So, it's 7 hours until it matters. And I'll talk about that when we get there. He is showing me a balloon for some reason. This looks familiar, but I don't know exact... Oh, I know what this is. Okay, this spreads food that attracts the creature we saw him talking about earlier. We can actually attract the creature by using this item back in Teledon, but like I said, it's random. Dr. Watson, big problems. The host Nullaban is not empty. I met someone there today. My dunny isn't great, but I spoke with him for a while. Yeah, he's dunny, and as we figured, he knows a lot about the creatures. A whole lot. We obviously need a meeting ASAP. Murray. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what this diagram is of. Oh, apparently someone saw a mermaid. At least it looks like that. There's a mermaid over here. I think this is trying to work out the calendar of the Dunny. It's hard to work out the calendar. They had a month that lasted like 43 days. So, it's not the same as ours. And then the days themselves were like 47 hours or something like that. So, calendar does not match up with ours at all. 11/14/97. Looks like they've agreed to let me take control, air quotes, of Teledon. Time to start a journal, officially. 3 days later, maybe not. Kodama popped in, going on about his inspections in his usual arrogant manner. What a joke. How long is this? Holy shit. Okay, I'm gonna do the same thing as last time. This is giving information about Teladan. If you want to read it, feel free to pause every time I change a page. I'm gonna catch up on chat while I'm doing that. I started ARC taming and breeding everything. Oh, that's what you mean by ARC baby stuff. I get it now. You should have just said breeding. Don't talk about babies, talk about breeding. You skipped to the boring part. I don't know why anybody would do that. Talk about the fun part. I have to imagine nobody is pausing this and reading these pages. Holy crap. Oh, there is actually an important thing here. Sorry to people who are reading the pages. You'll notice that it skips from 2003 to 2007. That coincides with the changeover from GameTap to an independent model for this game. And you'll also notice that the entries also stop again in 2007. The independent model didn't last very long. I think it lasted even less time than the GameTap model. The game is still alive, but it's on life support, and also all the new content is fan created. You can actually join fan content servers that have more content than the stuff available here. How do I leave this screen? Oh, there we go. Alright, one more thing to collect here. Another link. So this is a individual link back to Teladan. I know this one is added to our linking book, though. It's not very interesting, though. It's a stump that is not reachable from the rest of the level. The rest of the level is over there. Hey, there's a bird. This is where you can see the giant creature that Douglas Sharper was making pictures of. It appears out, like far out in the lagoon. But there are several... Wait. Oh, I'm hearing the machinery. There are several things you need to do before it will come. You have to attract it with some food, which I can't even reach all of the food distributors yet. And then again, the appearance is random. It comes and goes when it wants, pretty much. I think there's a way to force it, but it's very involved, and I'm not going to do it on stream. Like, there's a lot of secret things to find in this game. I would actually suggest playing it on your own. It's pretty fun. I say in the most bored, detached way. It's pretty fun. Back to Teladan. Now I can go down into the hatch we opened earlier. See, I like pure exploration games. I don't like games where you have to have skill or timing or ability, because I don't have a lot of those things. So, pure exploration is what I'm all about. So this game just tickles a part of my brain that needs tickling from time to time, which is probably why I come back to it over and over again. I don't think there's really any other game that has this kind of flair. Myst 5 kind of does, but the fact that it's story-driven is kind of a detriment in my mind. This game is less story-driven. It's just pure exploration. Like I said, you can read the journals, you can get all the lore, you can get all the history. But to me, that's not really what I'm playing for. I'm playing because I like to see things that are impossible in our reality. And this game delivers on it quite handily. The fact that you can go from impossible world to impossible world. I wish there was more of it. I played this game previously. The last time I played it was only a few weeks ago. I did a dry run to make sure that the online version was going to be completable for you guys to watch. There are some hitches. We'll talk about those in a second. But, you know what? I just had a thought. No, I'll save that for later. I'm going to do the single player stuff first. There is a thing I'm going to have to do, and hopefully I can do it before the end of the stream, that requires a 4-hour wait. So obviously I don't want to do that on stream, just waiting for 4 hours. So it will be the next thing I do after I finish the single player content. Alright, we've got a borrow symbol there. Wait, was that the... Wait, that should have been the calendar spark, shouldn't it? I thought that was the calendar spark icon. Where's the spark itself? Oh my god. I'm trying to get out of the pipe. Okay, maybe I can jump. There we go. Where's the spark itself? Hold on. The frickin' guide says it should be here. Anyways, let's get the journey cloth activated. That's 4 out of 7. Alright, so you'll notice that this section of the game, it matches up to the diagram we saw earlier. Let me open that up for you guys. So this is the diagram. I don't know if I can flash back and forth pretty quick, but the 4 plates I'm looking at are these 4 plates right here, then these 3 are behind me. So you can sort of match that up. This puzzle is basically put objects on the correct diagrams. That's it. That's all it is. How do we tell which ones are correct? Well, these paddles tell us which ones to put stuff on. So we put stuff on 2, 4, 6, and 7. Oops. 2, 4, 6, and 7. Wait, is that right? Hold on. 7 is here. This is 4. Yeah, 7 and 4, 2 and 6. So these 4 panels need to have something on them, and these 3 have to have nothing on them. Unfortunately, there's only one of me, but luckily I can also use rocks. And bones. Now you may be saying to yourself, why do they appear to have a cattle cell buried deep underground? Well, as you might remember, probably not, from the initial book that we read when we got to Arelto, it said there was a secret until dawn hidden deep underground. These were actually the slave quarters. Later on in Dunny's civilization, actually it started pretty early, honestly. I think it started like the year 3000-ish, and it lasted for another 6,000 years. What they started to do is they started to like write ages specifically to get slaves. So they would write an age, go in, enslave the entire population for labor, and then, you know, just keep a brutal dictatorship over them. You can change the combination that opens these doors. Like if I have to go back this way, I can just press this button. 2 is the one that I ran across. Like with 2 and 4, you can easily get through the door before it closes. So that's what I did. But that meant the door closed behind me. Hey, there's the calendar spark. So basically anytime the Dunny were using slaves, they tried to hide it as best they could. Because, I don't know why they tried to hide it. They got a lot more open with it in later ages. In Myst 5, we'll see one where the slavery and gladiatorial combat between slaves is on full display. Like, they started to be proud of their enslaving ways. But in most of the ones that we see in this game, the slavery is hidden deep, so that they could hide it from people who came and visited. I'm guessing that there was a big section of the population that didn't know that they were using slaves as free labor, but that eventually no longer was the case as we get towards the late 9000s. Did they at least write them happy to serve? One would hope, but, you know, that's not much better. Anyway, that was one of the feeders, by the way. Oh, I should probably show you what it does. There's 3 of these. I think one is broken. All it does is send a bunch of food into the air. Just spray that food. Once you've activated all 3 of these, you get 1 chance to see the creature. And I can't reach them all yet, so I'm not going to be able to see the creature. I might try it before the end of the stream, but we'll see. Alright, let's get this journey cloth. There is 1 more tangent to do here. Well, actually 2 more tangents. We're going to go on 2 more tangents before we finish Teledon. The first one is, you might have noticed something strange. Down in the slave quarters, after I closed the door in front of myself, there was something there. Unfortunately here, we have to run back and forth for this quite a few times. This is going to be a pretty common thing in this game. We're going to be running back and forth and linking a whole bunch. They really got their money's worth out of the Dunny teleportation scheme. Ugh, I can't speak today. This one would have been active in September, by the way. That calendar spark was for September. The first one I got was for January. Alright, so if I close this door, a secret wall panel opens up behind it. Normally you wouldn't be able to reach it, but I have things that the DRC isn't able to do themselves. The DRC, by the way, is not aware of the journey cloths. They're aware of the journey cloths, but they don't know what they are. So using the journey cloths, we can get around some of their security. We've done it before, getting to Douglas Sharper's office, etc. It made them happy, he didn't take their freedom. What else could they possibly ask for? I don't know. Freedom of self-determination? Maybe most people aren't into that. I know I am. Like, if there are people who want to leave and go somewhere else, and you're preventing them from doing so, I'd say you're the bad guy in that situation. And this does include the prison system. I think it's gross. Alright, we're taking a tangent. I mean, obviously the for-profit prison system is an abomination that should be done away with immediately, but even the regular prison system is pretty bad. Anyways, now that I've had my far-left diatribe, let's get a new hat. Free hat. Sharper's hat is added to your wardrobe, and it's very stylish, so I'm probably going to keep it on for a while. Look at that thing. It's rakish. Alright, so this is what's called the spy room. We can use it to get a hint for later. Oh, actually we can't. Never mind. In the single-player version, in the Complete Chronicles version of this game, there's actually a phrase written on this board. It says, Bob Ogubu. I'll explain what that means later, maybe. I probably will. Most likely will. So Douglas Sharper was using this to spy on the other DRC council members. In fact, where is this? I'm trying to think if I'm trying to see if I can figure out where this is. I think this... No, this isn't in the... This isn't in the city. I don't know exactly where this is. I think this is unreachable. But Doug was being a naughty little boy. Oh wait, no, this actually... No, this wasn't Doug. This was Phil. I forget how we find this out, but this is Phil's Ralto. I don't remember who Phil is, but I know that this place is called Phil's Ralto. Hey, another calendar spark. What month was that? That was October. Also, welcome, Mule. Oh, it's good to see you, buddy. Thanks for joining. So you can explore Phil's Relto, because he left his book behind somehow. He's got some stuff that we don't have yet. He's got the rain. We'll get that later. He's got the waterfall. Oh, I do have the waterfall. I forgot to show off the waterfall. That's one of the things I picked up in Garrison. The stones and logs and then this waterfall were in Garrison. My Relto has the same, but I forgot to show it off. He's got the thatch roof. So unlike most of the DRC, Phil has actually been following Yisha's journey. In fact, he's finished Yisha's journey. In the single-player version of this game, you're actually able to visit Phil's neighborhood. I think it's called Kirel? No. Actually, I think Kirel is correct. Anyway, in this version of the game, you reach it by different means. So, there's nothing on this library that you can actually visit. And we can also get a DRC Fest. I'm official now. Now if I walk in and act like I own the place, they're not going to ask me to leave. He has the same book telling you about each of the journey ages. And another book, Returning. It is odd being here again after losing myself. I don't feel like part of this, and I feel like I'm here for something. Okay, this is actually part of the main storyline, and it's not too long. Returning. It is odd being here again after losing myself. I don't feel like part of this, and yet I feel like I'm here for something. Odd. This restoration is not right. It's not that it's wrong, just that it will only rebuild, not restore. Rebuilding is about slicing and fixing on the outside. Rebuilt trees make fences and walls. Restoration is about growth and life on the inside. Restored trees make fruit and shade. She is making sure that the tree has begun to grow again. Okay, so he's talking about Yisha here. What is Dunny? What is this kingdom? I have read of the Dunny of the people. I have lived in the Dunny the place. I have spoken Dunny the language. Our kingdom is made of both life and belief. It is only real with both. Lives without belief is a kingdom of cards, only waiting to fall. Belief without lives is a kingdom of dead, only waiting to live. I know a little, but I only think I know more. I see a little, but I only think I see more. I understand a little, but I only think I understand more. I seek a little, and I know I will find more. I can never know, see, and understand. I can only ever know, see, and understand more. I talked to many people today, but I don't really know them. How could I know other people? They are revealed only in their words and actions. Suppose only really in their actions. Words are easy. I talked to many people today. I am growing, and I am growing anxious. This guy lost his mind. And I am growing weary, and I am growing closer, and I am growing up, and I am growing impatient, and I am growing leery, and I am growing wise, and I am growing less and less. My seeking feels like it comes to an end. Now I feel like I'm called higher to become lower. I will find them again. They are calling me. I don't know why, but I will know when I find them. I remember what they showed me before, and I must find that again. I hear them even now calling me. She has heard them. I can't resist. I am going. Alright, we'll figure out what that means later. As it is, we're at a dead end. So let's Relto out of here. When do we owe AI a chance at self-determination? Early tests by Google, letting AI carry on dialectics, have been indecipherable. Man, I don't know. That's not for me to decide. When the time comes, I hope I will fight for AI. Actually, did I pick up? I think I missed the oh, I haven't gotten the waterfall yet. Never mind, haven't gotten it yet. Let's get out of this fast because it's ugly. I'm keeping the hat, though. Get rid of this ugly thing. I'm gonna change my shirt color. Yeah, I think I'll go with blue for a while. That sounds pretty good. Alright, are there any options for the hat? Ooh, black hat. I like it. See, I hate that the fedora has become a symbol of neckbeardism. They're fucking cool! And back to Teledon. I'd like to think that when I feel like AI actually deserves its own self-determination. I'd like to feel like I'd fight for it. I'm not sure though. I don't know who the future me is going to be. At this point though, I don't really consider what people use as AI. They're large language models that basically just hit and miss. They basically just fake it till they make it. I wouldn't call them intelligence quite yet. But you are right, at what point do we actually call it that? There are a lot of explorations about that very thing. Okay, so this is the full thing of something we saw in Douglas Sharper's office. I don't know if it gives us any hints for anything. In Douglas Sharper's version, there was a mermaid over here. I don't recognize this. I don't know what this is. I think this might be the upper office that's right above my head. But as far as I can tell, there's no clues here how to reach it. Although when we get there, it's going to be pretty obvious. More drawings of the creature. And also another tangent. And this tangent is important. Remember how they said that there was a way to reach Garrison from inside Teledon? Here it is. So, we're going to finish Garrison. And then I'm going to finish Teledon. Luckily, these are the only two that have major connectivity between each other. The rest all are pretty self-contained. Alright, this was the calendar spark for April. And then there's also a Ralto page for a waterfall that I showed you on Phil's Ralto. And the 6th journey cloth. I have problems with the word 6th. It's hard. It's got a lot of hard consonants right after the other. Alright, just one more journey cloth to find. That's all that's here in Garrison. Except for the maintainer's suit, but I'll get that later. I'll finish the stream by getting the maintainer's suit. That's my promise to you guys. Which, by the way, I should have enough time to finish the single player content. I want to finish the single player content and Urkana. At the very least, I want to finish single player and Urkana. That's my goal for today. Speaking of which, I should actually... Alright, my work computer is already open, so I'm going to have to actually start watching it for messages. I'll continue playing, but assuming that nobody bugs me, I should be able... I think I'm looking on the wrong side. I am looking on the wrong side. I'm looking for a ladder right here. There's two of them, I think. Anyway, if anybody sends... Oh, there's one. If anybody sends me a message on my work computer, I might have to do a extended be right back. But as long as nobody bothers me, I can continue playing. First hurdle will be letting AI have bodies they own, then clothes and genitals so they can... I say we start with the genitals. Can we start with the genitals? Where's my AI Pussy Pounder 4000? Put AI in that. That's what I need. Anyway, give them bodies and genitals so they can participate in our madness. Then make a little money. How smart they are doesn't matter. They can be naked, broke, and involved. As long as we can exploit them, right? As long as we can still exploit them, then everything's fine. Exactly how rich people think of us. You can have everything you want, so long as I can still use you however I want. And that line, we get to it pretty quickly, of what I need to survive versus what I'm going to be given. There's one last... this is another place where I like to sit and watch. It's not my favorite. I prefer the place out on the end of the pier, because from there you can pretend like the building doesn't even exist. From here, you see that the building is both present and also very imposing. I mean, the architecture of prisons is never meant to be inviting. But this one is especially do not touch-ish. all the spikes. Not a good look. Anyway, that was the 7th journey cloth. We can now finally open the journey door. Question is, where is it? There are currently some laws in some countries against the genitals. What? You can't give a robot genitals? This is bullshit. Alright, so to reach the journey cloth, we have to start from the link-in spot. Can't get there from the journey cloth right now. Did I say journey cloth? I meant journey door. This is an elevator, but it's broken. So I have to go to the other elevator. Luckily, the door is open for me now, so it's much quicker. Statues crumble for me. Who knows how long I've loved you. So remember when I told you that there's a major bug in this game where sometimes jumping makes the floor collision disappear? Well, the problem is you have to do this twice. You have to make this jump twice. In the single complete Chronicles version of this game, I had to do some very weird things to actually get it to work. Because I was getting to the point where every single jump I would fall straight through the column. Every single time. You can mitigate it slightly by walking off the edge because that gives the jump. Okay, good. That gives the floor less time to disappear. But actually making that using walking instead of jumping is quite difficult. Alright, so what we need to do here is we need to get down to the journey door. It's right there. Gotta go through some danger. Ha. Ha. And there we go. Luckily there's no fall damage in this game. There's no death in this game, by the way. If you fall into a bottomless pit, you Relto out. Your character automatically touches their Relto book and links out. Alright, we've got a lot of bullshit to listen to from Isha. Settle in.
Your journey has begun. You can't imagine how these small things affect the future, but someday you will. You will return. Many paths have brought me to this place. The path of my great-grandmother, bringer of destruction. The path of my grandfather, the rebuilder of pride. The path of my mother, writer of dreams. And of my father, my dear father, the caretaker of burdens. And I knew that at the end of such great paths must lay a great purpose. I returned to the cleft to find it. Cleft. The fissure in the desert, the wound in the earth, the path to things beneath the surface. It was there I sought to find my purpose. It was from there I came to know the dead underground city of Denis. These Denis people who are now
Sorry about the sirens.
came thousands of years ago to the shelter of the cavern to return to leastness. They found solace in their smallness in the dark. And so did I. But light is powerful in the darkness. Let me tell you of King Karath. Dare I speak ill of him? One of the great kings, but yet he was the maker of the proud, for it was his system of guilds that served as the foundation of power and corruption. The powerful need control, fortresses and garrisons to guard their power. And soon the guarding is yet another thing to be proud of. Layers within layers built to preserve their ages and their pride from the weak and least who might attack from without. And yet it is from within that most nations fall. And so the mighty garrisons of Denis now stand vacant. And now to these pillars. These pillars around you are the very being of the Bahro. You must take them. They will bring a great treasure to Relto, your age, the island in the clouds. Relto will be their keeper for only a brief time.
Jesus Christ, finally. Alright, so a couple things to summarize there. Let's see. So basically Shaz just telling the history of first her own family, grandmother Tiana, grandfather Atris, not her dad Atris, her grandfather Atris. Anyway, those two were, the story of those two was given in the Book of Tiana. And most of this is from the Myst reader. Anyways, her mother Catherine, her father Atris, whatever, they started the Dunny society back up again, but they didn't get very far. They were trying to revive a people, whereas we're trying to revive a city. Of course, the city without the people is... This is what was in Phil's musings. The city without the people who used to live there is not really the same city. And the people without the city they used to live in are not really the same people. So, it's impossible to go back to the old Dunny, because that Dunny is dead. And this game is pretty much just figuring out what to go from there. Let's see, and then she talks about the lease. King Kareth, he'll become important in one of these ages. I'll talk about him later. And then she talks about the Bahro. Probably, I think the first time we've heard that. So these pillars belong to the Bahro. And while Dunny people do call their slaves Bahro, meaning beast people, she is not talking about those slaves. She's talking about different slaves, who we have yet to see, but are actually the most important aspect of the entire Myst continuity. Surprise! I don't really care for how they did this. We'll talk about it more in Myst 5, but, I mean, it's something, I guess. The Bahro are going to be the explanation for how the entire linking teleportation system works. I'm not crazy about it, but it is an interesting idea. Alright, so that finishes Gary's son. Next, let's finish Teledon. These two are the most involved. The other ages go by pretty quickly. In the first player. Some of the ages are longer than these, but in the first player section, Teledon and Garrison are the two big ones. The other two are fairly short. Kadish Talesha is short if you know what you're doing. I should say. If you know the answers to all the puzzles already, which I do, I have them memorized, I'll never forget them, unfortunately. I'm going to skip that journey cloth for now. Oh, and I'm going to go open up a shortcut. So Kadish Talesha is probably the closest thing they have to a puzzle age in this game. Like in old style, every other Myst has puzzle ages. I guess that was the fourth type of age I forgot. Like I said earlier, most of the ages are going to be for resource gathering, labor abducting, or holding dissidents. The other one that I forgot to mention are the pleasure ages. And unfortunately, none of them are actively providing the pleasure that you might think. Some of them are just puzzles for fun. Some of them are gardens to hang out in. Kadish Talesha is a pleasure age that's hiding something. It's a bit of an ego, and that's where we'll talk more about King Kareth. Alright, there's another feeder. We don't need to actually use it. So this is how we're going to reach the office in this place that we saw on that one diagram. We're going to use violence. Ha! Take that, you stupid rock. That's what you get for being made of inorganic materials. Ah! And that actually brought down the ladder. That was the only rock I had to shoot, but I'm gonna shoot them all. It's something very akin to having fun. It's close to having fun. I wonder if you can shoot the birds. I doubt you can shoot the birds. There's only 4 of these rocks. I'm gonna get as much enjoyment out of them as I can. Yeah, die! That hollow feeling after you destroy all the rocks. Nothing in this game respawns. You can actually reset the ages that you own and redo the puzzles if you want, but nothing fully resets. I'm going to expose myself. Gets ready to plap. Well, you can plap either way. Hello there, Demon. Thanks for joining. Oh, it's good to see you, buddy. No custom prawn universes, no planet Risa. That would make happy slaves want to be eaten and are capable of saying... incapable of saying so harder. No, unfortunately, I know those ages exist. They're referenced by some in-game content, but we never get to visit one that was built for sexual pleasures. You'd think like 90% of the ages would be built for sexual pleasure. They hand-wave it away by saying that the Dunny are kind of a stoic lot. But man, they still gotta have sex, so... You ain't telling me they ain't having pleasure palaces, crystal castles that float on clouds and shit. They can make whatever they can imagine. They're gonna have sex palaces. Hey, tie-dye. Alright, nothing I can look at here, but here's the final journey cloth. And we can also open up a secret door to this office. Oh, sorry. Can't say though, gotta head out to do mundane things. Yeah, this is basically the same way that they explain Vulcans. They try to make... I don't really like when fantasy or fiction writers or screenwriters or whatever try to say that, yeah, our race doesn't really have sex or enjoy sex. It's like, bitch, how do they propagate themselves? They wouldn't last very long if they didn't like sex. Anyway, there's the final journey. I keep saying journal cloth. Journey cloth. And the door's right here. Teledon finished. We're gonna have to listen to more bullshit from each other. I don't think this one's as long though. These things are given to us in 4 distinct parts. The order that you do the ages, I don't think it matters which one you're given. I don't know. I don't know if she ever references which age you just came from.
Peace to you, mover of the least. 7 more journeys have moved you closer. I was seduced while in Denis. My humble darkness lasted only a short time before I began to bask in what I could do, what I could write. My gift, my path, the knowledge of my father and the dreams of my mother pierced a hole in the darkness.
Anyways, have a good day.
In the weakness. I was aware of my power and I was proud. Whole worlds at my fingertips. It was the same with the Dani, the same cycle. Light opens the darkness, it takes, it uses, and it keeps. The Dani found power in these books you used to travel. They were a gift from the Maker. These ages you traveled to were their ages. Remarkable places giving life and taking life. This shadow came over them, this shadow of light, for it was in their enlightenment that they considered themselves better than the least. And we were sad for them. Can you feel the Dani there? You've touched the remnants, the remains of their pride and power.
Is that it?
Did you see the hidden caves? and the cages. It is where the proud would keep
Okay,
the
so I think this
least.
is referencing those slave
The
caves.
least were only animals, after all. Animals that could blink. They could be put to work or play. They could ease the burden of the proud and fill their free time with entertainment. Quietly as Denise slept, their lives were taken because the proud make the rules. This wasn't the first time such a blasphemy was part of Denis. The histories whisper of it, like Fatuk the Acher or King Asenlef. And even in this age, it may not be the last.
Okay, so are you done?
Writing hides
God damn it!
between the lines. These journeys are to help you travel between. The Barrow will be returned. These pillars are our journey. The return of the pillars is the return of the Barrow. The bringing away and the bringing back.
Are you done? Okay. It seems like there's three sections to each one of these speeches. The second part, I think, references the age we just came from. So she's talking about the Barrow. And something that important that you have to keep in mind is she's talking about the Barrow were slaves that could link. So, you know, how do you keep something like that caged is a good question. Anyway, another Barrow pillar. Apparently these pillars belong to them. I've never actually figured out what exactly we're doing here, but we're taking the Barrow pillars from this cave, and then we're going to move them to another cave. That's basically all we're doing. The journey through each age is just to show you how the Dunny were not exactly as benevolent as they seemed. Anyways, let's make this tie-dye shirt look better. I do like this shirt. I don't like the design of it right now. Let's see if I can get a good black and pink going. I love black and pink. Gotta be one of my favorite genders. Oh, that was nice. I do like that. What happens if I reverse it? More pink than black. No, 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 no. Other way around. I like it. Alright, let's go. Favorite color scheme, black and pink. Like, I like pink, but you need the black to set it off. If it's just unrelieved pink, it doesn't look very cool. Alright, I finished those two ages, so let's go get our third age. Oh, also, I have my waterfall now. This used to just be a blank plateau. Now it's got a nice little waterfall. I should have, what, 4 calendar sparks? Yep, I got 4. Oh yeah, and every time I take a totem, it ends up on my island. This is Kaddish Talesha. Let's do it. Like I said, this is partly a pleasure age, but also it's where I think it's King Kareth? No, it might have been somebody else. I'll remember in a bit. I mean, I have to read it. It's hard keeping the names straight because, of course, there's 9,000 years of history. There's, I think, dozens of names that they have in this game. Hello, Casella! Get off my computer. Stop walking across my keyboard. God damn, I love you, baby. Anyways, this is, like I said, partly pleasure, but it does have a secret hidden in it. And really, it was just an egotistical thing where a rich person was like, you can have my riches if you get to the end of this puzzle series of puzzles. And then he just made them impossible. So basically it was like a hundreds of years long contest that was fully impossible to actually finish. I think this was Kareth who set this up. It might have been somebody else. Like I said, I have a problem with names. I'll know when we get to the actual end of this place. But it's just a series of puzzles with very cryptic hints. In fact, we don't get any written hints. We have to go to the Kadish Gallery. In fact, I think the guy's name was just Kadish. Lovecraft sound-alikes, the doom that came to Karnath better be metal. What, is that a Star Trek reference? I don't know a lot about Star Trek. I've seen most of the Next Generation. But, I've never been like a huge Trekkie. I was more into Star Wars. I was part of that war. Alright, so like I said, all of the hints for these puzzles come in little cryptic forms. Like basically they show you how to solve a puzzle, but again, you kind of have to be like, well, what the hell does this mean? We'll get there later, but it's obvious that we have to shine light through the top of something. And it'll become a little bit more clear as we go along. The first thing that we have to do is put in some combinations on some viewers. We have to get the here are all three combinations that we have to make. I already know exactly how to put them in. This first one is 514. This one is just 7070. And Costella, fucking calm down. And this one is 373. Pretty sure. Like I said, I memorized these a while ago. If I get them wrong, I can always reset them. Costella, you have to settle down. She's over here just rolling all over my keyboard. Hold on a second. I just want to make sure I have the right numbers. Unfortunately, the place where I usually look this up has been down for a while, so I'm a little bit worried about that. But, hold on. Also, you can actually get this song on a recorder. I don't have it yet, so I can't actually get the song. This place is actually part of the city itself. There's nobody here, though. Hello to Jaruna, too. Hope you're having a good day today. If you want to add, later in the game, we'll get a music recorder that we can use. You can add this song to it by pressing this button. But I don't have the recorder yet, so we're going to give that a pass for now. Anyways, as I was saying, each one of these, like, series of each of these stained glass pieces and pedestals over there are giving us hints how to finish the puzzles of this age. However, the hint for the very last puzzle is obfuscated to the point where it's impossible. Anyway, I'm going to try it because I think I remember the proper way to do this. I think it's... Actually, wait, I can't save. This is an online game. There's no saving. I think it's 415. Yes, okay. The next one, I think I just hit the middle button 3 times. And then the last one I know is 373. Like I said, I remember the puzzles mostly just from rote memorization. Kadish is the only area that has extensive puzzling, really. And if you already know the answers, you can get through it pretty quickly. Did I go the wrong way? Oh no, there it is. Come on. Freaking camera. There we go. Camera doesn't want to catch up with me. There's a borrow stone over there that I'll use in a second. First, I want to make sure that I have the correct combination in my mind. I know it's just a certain number of presses of the middle button there. It's either 3 or 7. I think it's just 3. Alright, that should do it. It did not do it. Costella? God damn it. Why are you bothering me now? Where are you? I heard her under my desk. And when she does that, she usually starts trying to chew on wires, and I don't want the freaking cat to die. I love her too much to let her die. I'm gonna have to keep an eye under my desk. Camera's going nuts, man. There we go. See, this is what I put in smoother camera. I probably shouldn't have. Because what that does is it actually slows the camera down when it's following you. It's more cinematic, but obviously I have to wait for the camera to catch up. It also prevents people with motion sickness from getting... Was that it? That wasn't it. Okay, let me look up the numbers. I said I memorized that, but I've obviously... Obviously, I've made a fool out of myself. Stella, please, do not go under the desk right now. Damn it. Hold on a second. Sorry for all the noise. I had to get her out from under the desk. Alright, so I did something wrong here. I think I might have done the first one wrong. Hold on. Oh, it was press the right button 3 times. Okay, did I do the first one right? Yes, I did the first one right. Okay. Dang it! I just got the wrong button. It's fine though. There are 8 positions, so I should just be able to press the middle button and then the right button 3 times. Damn, I was so close. I had it almost entirely in my brain. Oh well. These things happen. I got stuck in the corner. That ought to open it, I think. Unfortunately from here, I cannot see the door. I had to go over and check it every single time. Alright, door's open. Alright, this is gonna look a little weird, but like I said, I love doors when they're open, so I'm going to open it again. I love opening doors. First things first, I have to close it. Hello, Costella, please, would you let me stream for once without bothering me? Just once. It's all I want. Alright, close the door because there was a journey cloth there. Real quick, let me look up what collectibles are here. There are 2 Relto pages, but I can only get 1. There is a calendar spark. Castella, please. And there is 1 clothing item, but I can't get it yet. Okay. I don't know why. Eventually Castella just gets to a point where she's like, I have to go bug green. It has... my body requires it. Alright, I'm gonna open the door again. Just because I like being able to run from the beginning of an age all the way to the end without anything getting in my way. So it was 415-003-373. See, that's what I had in my mind, but I put the second one out of order. Two, three, four, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. God damn it. Hello there, Gunyev. Thanks for joining. Always good to see you, buddy. How you doing today? Hi, honey, I'm home. Alright, 003. And then 373. Castella, what are you doing? Sorry, I'm a bit exasperated right now. Gunya, it's not because of you. My cat is, of course, bugging me as she is wont to do. See, Olive is good. He just comes and he lies in my arms. That's all he wants. He just wants to be cuddled. Castella is a little ball of destruction. She wants things to break. Just give her something to break. Three. And that's it. I still have to touch that bar host zone. I will in a sec, after I finish this again. There's a reason I'm leaving it for last. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. Now it should open. And there it goes. Alright, door's open again. You have to close it to get that one journey cloth. Unfortunately. Alright, let's go touch that Bahros zone. Camera, if you could just move a little faster. Maybe I should turn off the smoother camera setting. Alright, yet another balcony that shows me the multiplayer content that I can't reach yet. Looks cool. Boy, I wish I could go there. But we can't get there yet. Alright, back to Kadish Telesha, which we're actually about halfway through with. Believe it or not. I don't believe it. Hi there, Olive. You're the good child. Don't tell Casella, but she's a crazy little piece of high-energy fluff. Olive matches my energy level a little bit more than Casella does, if you can't tell. I mean, I love Casella. I super love Casella. I'm playing it up a bit. She's not that annoying. But, it's just Olive is a lot easier to deal with. Does this game still have servers? Yes, it does. In fact, I'm playing on one right now. We're not going to see anyone. I have a neighbor who's playing. No, they're gone. Never mind. But yes, there are other people who are playing this game. This server is run by Cyan Worlds itself. So it is technically an official server. By the way, the puzzle here is just figure out which combination of lights looks like one of the stained glass windows. All of these puzzles are visually solved. I did something wrong. I thought it was 2, 4, and 5. It's not 4. 4 is wrong. Is it 2, 3, and 5? I think it might be 2, 3, and 5. It's 2, 3, and 5. Alright. You won't be able to tell exactly how I figured that out until I actually finish the puzzle. Alright, gonna go to first person mode to make this easier. We just have to walk where there isn't light. And there we go. So basically I knew that I had the wrong ones because I know that the center circle has to be completely free of light. So anything that puts light on the center circle is wrong. And that button resets the puzzle. Every single one of these puzzles has a reset button after it. Presumably so Kadish could close things off behind himself. As he went for... there should be a journey cloth here. Wait, no, it's by the pyramid. Hold on. I'm trying to think of the remaining journey cloths. I think... I have 3. There are 4 remaining. I think the 4th one is by the pyramid. I'm trying to think. Pyramid, and then columns, and then... I think there's one outside the vault, maybe? I might be wrong about that. Am I missing a journey cloth? There should be one here. I think. Oh, wait. No, the columns have 2. That's right. There's one at the bottom of the columns and one at the top. Okay. I'm good. See, this is why I could never be a speedrunner, because you have to keep a lot of information in your head. You can't just look it up. Alright, that adds a growing tree to my Relto. It actually does grow over time. As long as you keep the page active, it gets taller. There's an upper limit, but it goes for a while. A couple months at least. Alright, here's our journey cloth. Also, hello, Stupid Ketchup. Thanks for joining. Always good to see you, buddy. There are also fan-run servers of this game. The fan-run servers have more content, but it's all fan-created. To be fair, anything new that's added to the official server is also fan-created. Oh, fuck, I should have done this first. Alright, so, if you remember, I told you we had to open something and shine light from above. This was it. Hey, let there be light. Now, this isn't the end of the puzzle. If you notice, there was a triptych there. Triptych? Triptych? I don't know how to pronounce that. It was 3 pictures. One of them showed the pyramid closed, The next one showed it open with light shining down, but then the third one showed that it was dark again. What we're doing here is we're making a glow-in-the-dark floor. I take notes for speedrunning. That's also a good point. Like, a person speedrunning will probably have at least a few notes open beside them, unless it's a very short or simple game. In which case, probably easy enough that anybody can speedrun it. I'm wondering, I did see, there's a game for the NES, Home Alone for the NES has a, it's basically, you set up traps and you have to survive for 20 minutes. That's the whole game. So anybody who finishes the game technically has the speedrun of the game. I saw someone earlier, like I look at it every once in a while, just for fun. I saw someone who had like a time of like 1959. And I'm like, wait, is that allowed? Like, what did they do to skip the time limit? Or, like, a couple frames of the time limit. That's just, a kick in the face for everybody who had that speedrun record. Because it was one of the easiest speedrun records, ever to get. I'm like, I could do that. In fact, I technically have. I just haven't submitted my run because I don't care. Alright, got the glow in the dark. If I mess this up, I have to redo the light system, which means waiting for another minute. So, I'm gonna go to first person so I don't mess this up. Again, the hint for this puzzle comes from the stained glass windows. There are a couple stained glass windows that show us the progression of the tree. We just have to find the same thing on the floor. So, we just start with the tree. There's a lot of tree imagery in this game, growing the tree, taking care of the tree, fruiting the tree, whatever. I don't know. It's just like the arc words or arc symbol of this game. And, oh, I followed the path of the tree and down we go. So Kadish was a counselor late in Dunny civilization's reign. Probably the most corrupt counselor. He was mostly just in it to get himself enriched. Which, you know, there's probably a lot of people who are in politics for that reason. I think that's pretty apparent these days. But back when this game was made, it was like, a politician using their office to enrich themselves? Scandal! Anyways. I have to pull these in a certain way. First of all, you'll see that there's a spark high up above the ground. I have to get to that spark. I think... I'm not exactly sure how to get there. Because this was added by the later versions of the game, I can't remember the exact combination. I think it's 1, 2, 4, 2, but I'm not sure on that. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Oh man. My reference bar is getting quite full. Alright, I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm probably gonna have to go to the bathroom after this age. 4 and 2. Alright, so that's all. 4 and 2. I might need to put the first one into position, but I'll figure that out once I get there. So for this puzzle, we have a limited number of a limited amount of potential energy stored in these counterweights. So if we get to the bottom of the counterweights and we haven't made our objective, I did something wrong. Oh, okay, good. It's still going. If we use all of the potential energy and we haven't reached our objective, you have to come back. You have to start over. That's the only problem. Okay, that does it. That does it. I think the code is 69420. That's a good code. And now it's just a lot of ladder climbing. Alright, this is the calendar spark for February. And now I just leave. Just jump down. Can I actually jump? I don't think I can make it to the other thing. No, I'm just gonna go. Alright, good. At least I can fall without having to use the ladders. Alright, reset the puzzle. Get through to the end of this place. I'm gonna wait for the entire thing before we reset so we don't mess anything up. Alright, good. We do 4 pulls on the last lever, 3 pulls on this lever, and 1 pull on the second one. There's the third pull, and the third pull for you. Just 1 more pull over here. Alright, this gets us to the 6th journey. The 6th journey cloth. Oh my god. I'm gonna avoid saying the word 6th from now on. I don't know why. My throat just doesn't like saying it. 6th. 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 Sixth. What's wrong with me? One to go. I'm just going to call that the penultimate cloth from now on. Penultimate is an easier word than 6th. Yeah, journey cloth 6. We'll call it that. We'll avoid difficult words. Alright, well that opens up a shortcut back upstairs. Not really necessary, but convenient. For the most part, there's no reason to actually visit these journey cloths ever again. You really only need to activate the one, like after you finish the journey, you really only need to activate the one that's closest to the journey door. Because we will be revisiting the journey doors. Alright, finally the way out of here is 1412. That one I remember offhand easily enough. The second column has to be in the 4th position. Everything else is just giving me the ability to reach the highest part of the second pillar. There we go. So for this one, the whole conceit is that the second pillar has to be in the highest position. The But then you also have to have expended the potential energy in all the counterweights to activate these counterweights, which brings down the way out. Again, all of the clues for this puzzle were visual. They were in the Kedish gallery. I've never bothered to actually figure them out myself. In all honesty, the first time I played this age, I basically just looked everything up. And ever since then, I've just kept the solutions to every puzzle in my brain. They have an honored spot that will never be forgotten. It will be slightly messed up, as you saw earlier, but it won't be forgotten. Completely, at least. As I get dementia-y, I wonder how long it'll take for that to actually disappear. Because apparently I've been playing this game for 22 years. Apparently. Could have fooled me. I actually subscribed to GameTap because of this game and the Telltale Sam & Max series. Those are the only reasons I subscribed to GameTap. I never explored the other games they had available. For anyone unfamiliar, it's kind of like the Sony, what's it called, the Sony PlayStation Club? Whatever. You pay a fee every month, and it gives you access to all the games on their service. I mean, that's not like that's not a big thing these days, but back then, I don't think it was the first service like that, but I think it was the first one to find any success. And even that was short-lived. Alright, the combination for this one is... Come on, brain, I know you know this. This is the one that's going to be impossible. Like, you can work it out, but the information that is given to you is flawed. So you kind of have to know Kedish was being a piece of shit here. Let me think for a second. I know that the first button is first. I'm just working this out in my head again. It goes 1, 6, 2, 3, 4. I think, hold on. 1, 6, I'm just working out in my head, hold on. 1, 6, 5. 2, 3, 4. Yes, 1, 6, 5, 2, 3, 4. That was incorrect. Is it 1, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4? I know 2, 3, 4 are the last three. I remember that at least. Okay. I think I've done... Okay, 1, 5... 1, 5, 2... 1, 5, 2, 3... 1, 5, 2, 3, 4, 6... Oh, that's right! 1, 5... Okay. There we go. I need to leave the console. Leave the console. There we go. mean, that one's not hard to brute force, I don't think. How many combinations are there? 6 times 5 is 30. 120, 240, 480? Hold up. I did that wrong. Hold up. Casella, please stop walking on my keyboard. 6 times 5 is 30, times 4 is 120, times 3 is 360, times 2 is 720. 720, I mean, that's kind of a lot to brute force, but what I remembered is that 2, 3, and 4 were together. Just not the right position. I know 1 was first and 2, 3, and 4 were together. I just couldn't remember the positions of 6 and 5. As I said, it gets muddled. Hey, hello there, Kadish. So this is where your greed brought you. I really don't get it. He was very close to actually, like, touching the gallery book. I don't see, like, a knife in him anywhere. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe he just had a heart attack. Probably could have survived if he had been in a place that people could reach, that wasn't possible for anyone but him to reach. Alright, this note is written in Dunny. I'm not going to... Actually, maybe I should look for a translation. Hold on. Okay, so... Oh, I can share this. Alright, so the translation of this note is, I have reached my end. Death embraces me. I see its darkness. It is circling and waiting for my soul to surrender. It screams torment my sleep. There are linking books here, but I will not surrender. I have won. I am here with everything that I own. No one can take it from me. I will die here with them. Alright, so he just wanted to die with all this stuff. This place is hidden and will remain hidden. You probably shouldn't have given people clues how to reach it, but whatever. If these words are ever found, remember that I did not fail. I did not die with nothing. I died with everything. Look at my possessions. They belong to me and will be with me forever. Peace. Guildmaster Kadish. More like Kadoosh. Anyway, Yisha's notes are, could he ever realize such failure? What kind of end is this? Impossible unless... So that's pretty fucked up that not only do you have to know the Dunny writing system, you have to know the entire grammatic structure of their language. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Alright, first things first. Let's get the journey cloth. I've got to be careful because it is possible to get stuck back here, and if you get stuck, your character will automatically Ralto out after a few seconds. So I have to be careful not to get stuck in any of the boxes. Where is that? There it is. Hello there, Blackbird 7. It's funny how my wife waits for me in the kitchen all night until I come back from the pub, just to ask me what time it is. Well, it's important. You should really buy her a watch. Also, how you doing? Cheers. Oh, it's good to have you here. Alright. I don't think I can jump over these boxes. Nope. There is a invisible wall. Oops, almost got stuck. Alright, so there's a linking book back to the Kadish gallery here. But we're not going to use it. I've already got that linking book. I thought I saw a borrow stone. Hold on. I know there's a Ralto page and a clothing item here, but they're not exactly here. Oh, okay. Is this... Well, I have the journey cloth, so it's fine. Yeah, this is the future version. Alright, and there's a different version of this vault, so I can get these treasures, so to speak. First one is a Dunny helmet. Look how stylish I am. Unfortunately, I can't move the camera freely, so you'll just have to trust me. I'm very stylish. called the Kaddish Vault Future. So apparently this is the far future. I have conquered the stream. These streams said to flow of their own will now flow where I dictate. So apparently Yisha has figured out a way to control time. Another impossibility. I have saved his life. So one of the hard limits on writing ages up until now has been that it's completely impossible to travel through time using linking. These are the powers of gods, and I now have the power. Now have this power. Alright, gonna need this hint for later. So apparently Yisha figured out how to do a bunch of things that should be impossible. Sounds like it kind of went to her head, though. I mean, that's the original problem that the Dini had in the first place. The fact that they can create worlds makes them think that they have full ownership over those worlds. Which is why they really didn't have a problem with enslaving populations or stealing resources. They're basically evil alien invaders in all the worlds they make. Evil alien invaders. That's a hard phrase. It's like that saying, first contact between humans and aliens is probably not going to turn out too well for the humans. Alright, let's get this stupid thing off my face. And put this stupid thing on my face. I don't think it changed any other parts of my body. Like, it covered my face, but I don't think it actually changed my face. No, it didn't. Okay. Which I still haven't even really set up yet. I'm fine with the defaults. I don't see my face that often anyway. Alright, that's just one last thing in Kaddish. I finished the journey. Now I have to use the journey door. Oh, by the way, that Relto page added butterflies to my Relto. I'll show them in a second. I'll be heading right back to the Relto in just a second. Well, however long it takes Yisha to say her friggin' speech. The funny thing is, I don't think Yisha's actually in this game. We only see her through imagers and hear her through recordings. They made a change to the single-player version of this game, Complete Chronicles, where you actually do get to meet Yisha. But what they did is they made one of the instances where she is a hologram into a just a character.
You return again.
Yeah, I'm back.
Return to hear more. Return
Not really.
for a third pillar. It's an interesting cycle, this coming and going, giving and taking. Returning is what you must do. For you have torn in half the very being of one of the least. You have heard their pain. Don't falter.
Working on it.
The bones of Guildmaster Kaddish speak louder than words.
Kaddish. I've been saying his name wrong the whole
His bones are
time.
the bones of Denis. He clung to the teachings of good King Nagin, who required good citizens
allowed to say
cling
that,
to their
Misha.
treasure. This Kaddish you have seen would not give back, would not return, would not let go. He had long been one of the wealthiest of the Denis, owning more than he could possibly make use of. He built ages to protect the extra, and when the fall came, he clung to his possessions over all else. And so you see only death in his vault. Extravagant death. It is an image of Denis.
Message. Alright, it seems that like there's three parts
The
to each
people of
speech.
Denis didn't return easily. They only would take until all was taken from them in the Great Returning, the fall that destroyed them. Denis fell only a few hundred years ago. All of it was removed. And my journey was similar.
Then
I
sure.
could write things that no Denis had ever dreamed of. My writings smashed barriers held as absolutes for millennia.
Yeah, you've got way too
Changed
much
things. I
power.
could move things. I could control things. I learned beyond my parents. I learned beyond all. I wrote ages against any challengers, masters of the art, and they were beaten. I took all that I could hold. Only death can conquer pride so strong. For the Denis and for Yusha, it was death that moved me to return. All died. All but the least. The unproud. The Bahro considered themselves as dead already. And so they continued to watch Denis, always ready to give more away. And now they will return.
Done? Done. Alright, so we're gonna be saving a Bahro's life, apparently. I think the point behind this was that everybody who played through the single-player version of this game has a Bahro that they saved. I don't know, apparently these totems represent their soul or something, I don't know. I have no idea. Bahro are, even in Myst 5, explained very poorly. They're meant to be a little bit mysticized. Pun sort of intended. Oh yeah, there's the butterflies that I got. Let's take a look through this. I've got a waterfall, thatch roof, logs and stones I don't like, a growing tree. Oh yeah, I gotta show the growing tree. Birds, calendar sparks. Growing tree. I don't remember exact... Oh wait, oh, it's all these pine trees. So, as I leave this page activated, these trees will continually grow. They're tied to the server time, so I can't like force them to grow by changing the clock on my computer. Oh, also, as I finish each one of these ages, I'm getting a ring here. Each iteration of this game adds more rings to this well, and it gets pretty out of hand, actually. I don't know if I'll be able to show you a complete one with just this account, but I do have an account. Like I said, I baked a cake previously. I have an account that has a full finished, or a character that has a full finished well. Okay, this is Edergira. It's part of a dual age, Edergira and Ederchemo. These are what are called garden ages, just made for their beauty. One thing we can do here that kicks off a hidden collection quest is that we can get a feather. You pick up a plain feather and put it in your pocket. I know you didn't see yourself do that. Trust me, you have a feather in your pocket. And again. A third time. Fourth time. Fifth. Time number 6. We're not saying that word again. And 7th. You can pick up a total of 7 feathers here. Why can we do this? Who the hell knows? You can only carry 7 plain feathers. Now the funny thing about this is that this actually unlocks other feathers that you can collect in other places. Next is in Ederdelin. So it won't be during this stream. But this actually kicks off a long, oddly connected quest of gathering feathers. There's no point to it that anybody knows of, but it's available. Alright, let's see what is available in Edergira. 1 item of clothing. Nothing in Ederchemo. The March Sparkle is in Edergira. Any age that starts with the word Eder is a garden age, just made for its beauty. Ederchemo has a Relto page. And that's it. So 1 Relto page, 1 item of clothing, 1 calendar spark. Okay, good to go. First things first, we have to reach the journey cloth right there. Only way to do that is to jump off that geyser. However, we need to build up some pressure. Or else it doesn't have the proper oomph to get us up there. I mean, I guess there's people who like desert. This says, personally, for a garden age, I don't think I'd create a desert. Oh, let me close that. That's annoying. Hey, lava. It would be fun? Let's jump down there. Kinda have to do it. Alright, so from here I can reach the journey cloth as long as I'm walking slowly. Then I have to reach the... I think for this one, I'm actually... Do I have to walk or run? Well, whatever. I'm gonna try running first. Running was the right choice. Like I said, there's no death in this game. If you fall in the lava, you just... In fact, why not just do it? I don't want to live anymore! Ah, damn. My character took over. I was trying to kill her. She was right to do that. Anyway, that's what happens if you get into a deadly situation. Your character just automatically uses the Relto book. Shit! Oh, I made it. I was sure I was gonna die. Well, Relto. As you can see, the geysers are getting a little more powerful. Unfortunately, if you close them all, the entire system blasts open, and you have to restart from the beginning. So never close all of them. Always keep one open. It's pretty much words I live by. I think I can make this jump. Hold on. There we go. Alright, now I can reach that journey cloth. Huh. Now, unfortunately, like I said, only one of them can be, or if you close all of them, the entire system blasts apart. So I have to go open the other one, then come back and close that one, and then open the other. You know, all that fun stuff. Just back and forth several times to get this thing open. If I tried to close the last one, I'd have to start over from the beginning. It just blasts all the covers off. It would probably be faster if I linked out and then linked back in. But, it's not too long of a run. And I don't know, the camera does this automatically. It's sort of, when you're running, the camera sort of pulls downward. I don't know why. You just gotta live with it. That's not a good place to jump from. Alright, now this will send me over the barricade. I'm not sure about the physicality of that. Also, it seems like it should probably burn my feet off. Hey, there's a calendar spark. That one was March, if I remember correctly. Alright, to actually finish this area, we're going to have to go through either, these two places are linked together. In fact, they share journey cloths. I thought I could turn this on. Isn't this... I thought that was a light. What is that? There's a light over here somewhere, if I can find it. I can also wait until I have a secondary light source, but the one thing I do have to do is find the loose barrel. Where are you? Oh, is that light? There we go. Alright, so I need another light source to get further along here. But for now, all I need is a barrel. Where is this bitch? There's another light over here somewhere. Oh, is that it? I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. I shouldn't have tried to do it in third person. I lost it already. Where is the there's the button. Jeez. So this game is, oddly enough, the darkest game I've ever played. Oh, there it is. It was right here the whole time. Alright, gotta get this one in position. So the point is, we're gonna get a secondary light source, but it's let's just say fragile. I have to... You can only jump once before it goes away. And you cannot run, nor can you touch water in any capacity. If a single toe comes in contact with water, the light source breaks. Alright, let's see if this works. Alright, pretty good. Good improvised bridge. As my day starts off shitty and my mind begins to wander, I dream of boy lost. Hey, me too. How you doing there, Jujubee? Did I ever say hello to you? You came by earlier, didn't you? No. Oh, that's Cannabis. Yeah, Cannabis has the same color as you. Hello there, Jujubee. Thanks for joining. Always good to see you, buddy. Sorry, I memorize people by the color of their names. So if you share one with someone else, I'm gonna get you confused sometimes. I'm racist. I've segregated you all by color. Alright, a couple things to find here in either chemo. See, this is more like what I think of when I hear the words garden age. This is also a good place. Like, if you have like a group of friends, this is a pretty good place to come meet together. Sit down in one of these gazebos. Just sort of enjoy the atmosphere. See, that's what this game was originally envisioned as. Somewhat. In part. It was just supposed to be a place where you could gather with friends, have like cool little places where you could sit together that couldn't possibly exist in reality. This one is pretty close to being able to exist in reality. I mean, it's just like bamboo and savanna trees. I'm sure you could find a garden that has both of those. But it's a lot easier to program it into a computer. This is coming off of a idea of what an MMO was that was vastly different than what we think of these days. Like, EverQuest was, yes, a game, but it was more popular for being a convoluted chat client. Like, you would spend the day with your friends, questing, farming, XP, whatever, and you would just, you know, shoot the shit together. This game follows that kind of ethos. It's more of just a place to gather and, like, talk to each other. It loses the aspect of an MMO. Like, MMOs these days have gone well, we're now mostly just gameplay. Like, there's MMOs out there you can play completely solo, which kind of defeats the purpose. I'm saying the social aspect was what this game focused on rather than the game aspect. Alright, a couple things we can do here. It's a pretty good place to come. I mean, I say that about every place, honestly. Alright, so we're gonna do some convoluted jumping. That wasn't it. I forgot I needed to be running. If I could actually turn on permanent run if I pressed caps lock. The only problem is my caps lock key is disabled. I do that. Oh, by the way, that added a carpet to our Rialto. We now have a nice stylish rug. And I'm going to add something else. This one's actually kind of a secret. So this is the light source I was talking about. I have to take them over to the dark area so I can actually explore it. There's another thing you can do with them though, which is actually take them back to your Rialto. And this works. It doesn't have its own page, but you can add fireflies to your Rialto. I don't know if it's even intentional, but there they are. I think you can actually bring a total of 2 groups of them. So I'm going to do that. There's also a borrow stone that I have to collect over here. Whoa! Oh, it's raining. When it's raining, the fireflies go away. So let's go collect that borrow stone. The rain is on a global timer. It's on server time, so I just have to wait for it to finish. It only lasts about 2 minutes. And this is the last balcony. I think with this one I can just jump down. Yeah, you can just jump off this one. In the original single-player version of the game, you obviously could not. I'm gonna have to cough 1 second. Oh man, I breathed a little bit of my own saliva there. Ugh, I hate when that happens. Okay, well, again, we'll explore this in a little bit. So, back to the Rialto. And I'm gonna get another collection of fireflies. I think 2 is the limit. It might be 3, but I'm gonna collect 2. Alright, no longer raining. Also, there's some weird creatures in this place. I don't see any right now. Oh wait, no, there he is. What the fuck is that thing? I do not like that. I don't like whatever that is. In fact, please leave. I know this is where you live, but please don't. Alright, finally, again, I have to use the fireflies as a light source. Again, if I take one running step, the fireflies leave me. If I touch water in even the slightest capacity, they leave me. I get 1 jump, and that's it. On the second jump, they will leave me. So unfortunately, this part is a little bit boring. Have to take a stroll through the spooty plants. Spoot. 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 Any more? Nope, that's all the spoots I get. 3 spoots. Ah, it's better than none. Oh, a 4th one. That seems about right. I'm a 4 out of 10. On a good day. Gotta be careful not to accidentally put a toe in the water. I think it's actually impossible. Like, you can fall in the water here. But as long as you're, like, in the middle of the stones, you don't accidentally touch the water. You can actually get through this without using the fireflies. And this is the biggest piece of shit. They start you off right in front of a frickin' geyser. So you have to make sure to turn to the side and walk around it. Because if you touch the geyser, fireflies go away. And that's why I set up the barrel. Luckily, falling does not count as jumping. You actually have to press the spacebar. So even though I took a little fall there, it didn't count as my jump. This counts as my turn. Alright, the whole reason I brought these guys in here was so that I could find the light. You can actually find the light without using the fireflies. You don't need them at all, actually. They just make things easier. And honestly, searching around in the dark for that light was probably going to take me longer than actually going to get the fireflies in the first place. Alright, gotta create another bridge. This time we've got 2 barrels. Or whatever the hell these things are. I don't know what these things even are. What purpose do they serve? Okay, I'm gonna have to go to first person with this less chaotic. They don't hold anything. I guess they could be tables, but they're maybe lightweight for tables. And also, they don't have much space. They just got a few boards. Oh yeah, there's a barrow stone here. I forgot about that. I'm gonna visit that next. Alright, gotta use these to build a second bridge. I'm messing up. You're on your side, please. Thank you. Alright, this one is good. That was good. What? Ah, fuck. No, don't twist on me, buddy. There's no button to actually hold these things. I'm just rubbing myself up against them until they get to where they're going. Like most commuters that I see on my way to work. God damn it. Alright, let's try moving this one. Almost there. I need to put this one on its side. Okay, good. That should do it. Video test. Alright, I think that's good. And I just fucked it. I just fucked it. I just fucked it. Touch the bottom stone. This gives us to a little section of the Digging Restoration Council's working area. Hey! I'll explain what that line is later. Here I can get my own hard hat. And also there's about 1,000 of these journals. I don't know if I'm going to even bother showing you them all. If you guys are interested in actually reading these, either people watching me now or on the VOD, I would say play the game yourself. Oh my god, there's so many pages. So these are just stories of old Dunny kings. That was Shuraf, this is Rin Rin. Hey, that sounds like me. Maybe I should have named myself Rin Rin instead of Rin Rin. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to show all these. I mean, look how many there are. This is just one table. There's like 5 tables of these notebooks. I think I'm just going to move along. If you want to read these things yourselves, feel free. Hey, it's Hanukkah. If you want to read these things yourselves, you know, feel free. You've got that self-determination. You're not a Baharo. Check this out. I know the DRC doesn't want us to touch these, but I bet Watson would like to know how these register with the doors too. It makes no sense. And don't lose it. I could barely get it off the wall, and when I did, it was pretty scary. Maybe the weirdest thing is that when I went back later, the cloth I got this piece from was intact again. So they are aware of the journey cloths, but they don't exactly know what they're for or how they were made. Where the heck is my book? And why did someone take it in the first place? Nick. Yeah, so this is just a bunch of biographies of different Dunny kings. Oh, a description of the class system. Pregnancy? Okay, hold up. Now this is surprising, I can't say for sure, but it seems fairly clear that Dunny women were only fertile for 1 Dunny day every 2 Dunny months. In surface terms, that's roughly only 30 hours every 72 days. Poor woman. Oh my god. If true, it explains quite a few things. First, why there were so few children for people who lived 300 years, and secondly, the reason behind the rather large celebrations of pregnancy. As far as I can tell, these celebrations, this is about pregnancy, it's not about sex. You can still have sex for pleasure even if it's not for getting pregnant. But anyways, as far as I can tell, these celebrations are usually limited to family members, although were rather large. There was quite a bit of prayer to Yahvo. Oh, that's the Dunny god. There was quite a bit of prayer to Yahvo as well as blessings from the family members. These blessings usually included vows to care for the pregnant woman and child through the coming months. As I mentioned in other areas, pregnant women were believed to be much more insightful, and as a result, part of the pregnancy experience, although not part of the official ceremony, was using that insight to gain revelation from Yahvo. Though there was quite a bit of religious meditation expected of women during this time, I won't go into it here. However, this meditation was expected to primarily guide the woman to her child's future, and its purpose was taken rather seriously. While pregnancy within marriage was cause for great celebration, the same could not be said of pregnancy outside of marriage. Boo! As far as I can tell, anyone who became pregnant was expected to immediately marry, and any child conceived out of wedlock was unable to join a guild for its entire life. Fuck that, dude. That's real fucked up. If it's not clear exactly why I have problems with this, think of it like this. If you have to marry someone to make a pregnancy legitimate, there are a lot of ways that can be used to force you into a marriage you don't want. One of the most glaring examples is rape. And that's pretty much the history of marriage throughout most of human history, unfortunately. So I don't like hearing that from a society that's supposed to be advanced, but the Dunny were not great people. As well, no revelation was expected from such a mother. This was as equivalent to a curse to a lower-class woman, as her child would not be able to attend a guild of the upper class. This was as equivalent a curse to a lower-class woman, as her child would... I don't know what that sentence is trying to say. As far as I can see, gestation was a full year, 10 Dunny months, 290 Dunny days, equivalent to 1 Earth year. I have found no record of multiple births. So the thing we're finding out is that Dunny were not exactly human fully in their constitution and genetics. Maturity. Similar to the variety of other cultures, the Dunnies celebrated a child's entrance into reason and maturity. The Dunny believed that true maturity, or the age of reason as they called it, was achieved at the age of 25. Before that, the Dunny believed that children's minds and hearts were not properly formed. Up until that time, they even went so far as to say that it was impossible for a child to truly make a correct decision, as they were too easily controlled by other motives. That did not mean that what they did was not right or wrong, but that the Dunny believed that Yahvo did not hold them accountable for these decisions. Up to that point, it was apparently up to the parents to judge and protect, and thus, another reason, society encouraged couples to only have 1 child at a time under the age of 25. In the ceremony of readiness, the Dunnies celebrated a child's entrance into reason and maturity. At the ceremony, the child was presented with a bracelet of knowledge, also translated maturity. I have to admit the translation is somewhat poor and makes it sound like a magical or superstitious item. Sometimes it did not sound like something it did not sound like to them. In fact, it was a fairly serious item. I think that's what the key is supposed to be that we got on our hands now. Hey, we're mature. The Dunny viewed the bracelet as a sign of accountability. The individual, once given the bracelet, was expected to be responsible for his or her actions. Just say they. Was expected to be responsible for their actions, as they had true knowledge of good and evil, and the wisdom to make the right choices between both. Associated with the bracelet were certain rights as well as expectations to behave in a more correct... I don't see why people use he, she, other than to just be... I know most people are not using it to be objectionable, but there's a word that is 1 syllable rather than 2 and doesn't require a slash. From a religious standpoint, the ceremony of readiness signaled accountability to Yahvo as well as fellow Dunny citizens. No longer were parents judged for the actions of their children on a religious level, and no longer was lack of knowledge of an excuse to Yahweh, the Maker, they believed, now expected much more from them. Though the age of reason was 25, the Dani did not consider true wisdom to come until much later. With not nearly the fanfare that the age of reason brought, at 125 years of age, there was another celebration for reaching the age of wisdom. Perhaps most importantly regarding that status, the Dani were allowed to become highest ranks of teachers or leaders, grandmasters or lords. The same applied to women, and no woman under the age of 125 was technically allowed to advise, especially the kings. As well, it appears that the woman's fertility ended around age 125. Ouch. That's another 200 years that you have to live. Anyways, being postmenopausal doesn't sound fun. During the time of the kings, advisors were... Well, actually, it could be a lot more fun now that I think about it. Anyways, during the time of the kings, advisors were required for those... During the time of the kings, advisors were required for those kings who were under the age of 125, as the king himself had not achieved the age of wisdom. The great king Al-Sandar was the only king who did not have an official advisor, even though he was under the age of wisdom for the majority of his reign. Phew. The manhole. Okay, so this is a reference to the... Well, it's just the cover of Cyan's first video game. Let's see, how long is marriage? It's too long. If you want to read it, feel free to read it. I'll give you a little pause on each page. Oh, I'll miss you too, Jujubee. Love you, buddy. Hope you have a good day at work. Speaking of which, I should look at my work computer. No messages. Alright, so far so good. But I am pushing it a little bit, so I should finish quickly. Alright, and then I'll also go through the class system, but I probably won't read it. So if you want to read... Oh, actually, it's pretty short. Class structure. Seems as though my first inclination towards class structure was incorrect. Although early on there was little in the way of class society, such a high ideal faded quickly. By 9400 DE, so about... Wait, 9400? Whatever. There were 7... Oh, I see. By the end of the Dani era, there were 7 very distinct classes. Elite, the lords and grandmasters of major guilds. It was possible for private citizens to be accepted, but if so, abundant resources were needed. It was only the elite who owned private libraries of books and the private islands. Quite a few obvious attempts to reach out and unify the classes, although I'm not sure it did much good. Common libraries, major guilds, scholarships, renovation of poor districts all seemed more political than life-changing. Not surprising, I suppose. Guild members. Yes, it was possible for the lower classes to attend, but it seems by the end, the schools were far too expensive and prestigious to allow for such. As a result, late-stage capitalism, holy crap. As a result, the graduates became a class among themselves, and a very high one at that. Upper class, the lowest of the 3 higher classes, such citizens had success in private enterprise, and most likely provided the elite with their books, pubs, etc. No major guild education for the most part, but enough money to buy their way into the upper classes. Middle class, mostly shop owners and the like, able to afford some luxuries of Dani, but still considered far from the elite. Rare but possible for them to own books as well as private ages, seem to make up most of the minor guild enrollment. High poor, the higher class of poor seemed to be made mostly of industrial workers, many of whom spent their time on foreign ages, before it was outlawed, of course. It seems that this class, along with the lower 2, did not own books. Low poor. I can't seem to find a better name for them. However, it seems clear that they were 2 of classes of poor. These low poor were relegated to their own districts, and rarely seen even with the middle class, and never with the upper class. Possibly used as servants, although that was generally looked down upon. Sub-low? References to the least, an undefined subclass, are found on rare occasion, not enough data to elucidate. So, the Bahro, the beast people, the least, as Yisha calls them, were so well hidden that no records are even found of them. Very sporadic and disparate records. King Kareth is... That's a name I recognize. I don't know if he's important. I'm not reading all that. So if you'd like to read it, feel free to pause at your own convenience. He is apparently the... He's like... Not the beginning of Dani society. He's not George Washington. He'd be more like Franklin Roosevelt to the Dani. He changed their society in many profound ways. but he wasn't the founder. But he's the most recent example of a very vast change to Dunny's society. So we can look through these telescopes. I don't think there's much reason for it. We'll come back here later, but this is where this is just a big lore dump place, pretty much. Alright, I'm getting this hard hat off my head. I don't need this shit. There's no OSHA down here. Actually, do I have any better hats? I don't think I do yet. There are better hats in the game. I don't have any of them. Everything else is pretty hideous. So I'll stick with this for now. The hair in this game is just awful. Alright. All that's left is to finish Eder Chemo and Eder Gira. So I've got to grab another set of fireflies and finish off Eder Gira. I'm not sure if it's Eder or Eater. There's probably someone out there being like, "It's Eater, you idiot." Or maybe it's pronounced like Fred Adair. That's the problem with, like, having a lot of different proper nouns in a foreign language. I'm not going to know how to pronounce them. One of my favorite book series is The Wheel of Time, and I went through the entire series over and over again and never actually learned how to pronounce the characters' names. Because a lot of them, like for instance, there's one that's Nyneave, and apparently it's supposed to be Nynaeve. I always said Nynaeve. Or maybe that I have that backwards. It's been long enough since I've read it last that I might have that backwards. I think it actually is supposed to be Nynaeve. I don't know. I don't have any of the books near me. I'd have to look. Anyway, I pronounced it wrong the entire time. Most of the names are pretty easy, but a couple of them are like, how the hell do you pronounce this? Yeah, the eventually later releases of the book had a glossary at the end. And for names like that, they would have pronunciations. Like, one of the characters is, I think it's pronounced Moiraine. I always said Moraine, because it sounds stupid. She came from a country that was like an expi of French people. And for the first half of the books, she was a major character. She was a major character throughout the books, but she didn't show up much in the later ones. So the entire time I'm like, is it Moraine? I'm just going to call her Moraine. Again, we are limited to one jump, no running, no touching water. Or else the fireflies just leave. Oh, what a sound. Aw, thank you. Alright, so this jump is difficult. Let me line this up right. It's not really difficult, but I've messed it up enough times in my life that I'm like, I don't want to mess it up right now. Not while people are watching. Alright, and this is the reason we needed them in the first place. Just long enough to find this light source. Alright, now we're going to get my favorite hat. It's a pith helmet, baby. You got a pith helmet in your game? I'm going to be wearing that shit forever. In fact, this is the last hat we'll ever wear. How many was that? Oh shit, I'm missing one. Which one am I missing? Uh-oh. Let's see, there are 4 in this place, I think. I feel like I missed one. There was one in the lava pit, one in the column, one over there. There's one more. I don't need these fireflies anymore, but I am going to drop them off in my altar. in case I can hold more fireflies. I don't actually know what the upper limit of fireflies is, but I assume I've only ever seen 2 groups at the same time. So it's 2 or more. Alright, so I'm missing a journey cloth, and I'm pretty sure I'm missing it from Ederdura. Straining my brain. I'm trying to think of where it is. Because I know there were 2 before the barrier. There was 1 above me. Maybe it's in Ederchemo. Hold up. Let me think for a second. In Ederchemo there are 1, 2, 3 that I can think of. I am having a hell of a time trying to remember where this is. Alright, let's just look around real quick. Maybe I can find it real quick. I think maybe there are 4 journey cloths in Ederchemo. And I'm just forgetting where 1 is. Alright, I'm gonna link to other Kimo and look around. Alright, let's just go. So like I said, in this stream I want to finish Urkana. And there's a reason for that. I don't think it will take very long, but I think I'll go for another hour, about. After I finish the first person, or the one player content, I'm going to go to the bathroom, because I really need to, and I've been holding it for way too long. Okay, there's one. I'm saving that one for last. There's one over here. There's one somewhere over here. It's behind some trees, I know that. I thought it was on this side, but maybe it's not. Oh, there it is. I think I've already pressed this one, though. Yes, I've already pressed that one. I'm saving that one for last, because it's the closest one to the journey door. It'll save me time later, but not very much. Hello there, Espy. Always good to see you, buddy. Thanks for lurking. Okay, there's one over there. I know I've touched that one already. Is there one over here? Maybe. Okay, there's a Bahros zone, but I've already been there. There's a journey cloth over here. I know I've already touched this one. This is where I linked in over and over again when I was collecting fireflies. Where's number 7? Why can't I remember? Oh, no, I know where it is. I know where it is. It's over here. Hello, number 7. Alright, now I can go back to the journey door. Oh, what a night. We're just about done with this single player content in this game. Although technically everything is now single player. You might see somebody in the city every once in a while, but I don't think I've ever seen more than 2 other people in the city. Not for a while. And the final speech from Yusha. Another 20-minute affair.
Many stories were there for the Dini to learn from, but they didn't hear them. The ancient tales of Tuat's Ocean, or of course the story of King Shomat and his brothers, which even speaks of gardens and death. But no one truly listened. The garden ages of the proud are beautiful, but they are built on the backs of the least. The ages like Chemo and Gira are a sampling of the playthings of Dini.
It is Chemo.
With disregard,
Hello,
the ones were
Thanks for
stripped
joining us.
from
Good
their
to see you, buddy.
homes. The lives in those ages were consumed and the Dini gave nothing back. And whatever is not given back will be taken.
That's just communist propaganda.
The journeys are complete. Now take the final pillar. Take it, but hear all I've said. It's the whispers and murmurs that reveal the simple truths. You hold the precious soul of a Bahro in your age, in your hand. Such things are not meant to be held.
Yeah. I'll give him back.
Do
Just
what
shut
I
up.
do. I have learned things, seen things, written things they never thought possible. I have seen the real treasures that are protected by the petty fences of their rules. I have found the precious gold buried deep beneath the weighty mountains of their laws. This is my journey too. I am returning what has been given. These years I've spent, this path I've traveled, this gift I've been given, this purpose weighs on me. My burden,
sure,
the
fine.
legacy of my father, Atris.
Whoa. Camera,
We are
where
shaping
you going?
Dini. We will mold what comes after. We cannot keep the power and the pride from ruining this new Dini, but we can prepare those who will read between the lines. The least are returning. The stream in the cleft is returning. Life is returning. The fissure is returning. The circle will be completed when you give back what you have taken. You must return.
See, one of the most annoying things about these later entries in the Myst series is that they really lean into, like, mysticism, which I guess was only a matter of time given the name. But it is kind of annoying because a lot of the game is, like, based off of concrete scientific principles, not the teleportation, of course. But I mean, it does have a very hard math and science nerd bent, and then they start getting into this hippie crystal gripping nonsense. No, I don't really think like that. It's just funny to me. See, the story just kind of breaks down. Alright, we've got all 4 totems. What do we do with them? Well, we get rid of them. Like she said, gotta return this shit. Like the day after Christmas at a Kmart. Let's start with Eater Chemo. I'll just work my way backwards. Apparently these pillars are pieces of one of the Bahro. So I've got to put his soul back together. Can I just ask, can't someone else do it? I'm busy. I got things to do. I got the totems. Somebody else can return them for me. The receipt's still good for 30 days. I'm sure they'll last until then. The other thing is, I need to be keeping track of these symbols on the ground. So turtle, in fact, I'm going to make notes. Okay, you can actually have Yusha repeat her speech by pressing these things. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to return the totem and get the hell out of here. I don't want to listen to Yusha again. Casella, stop walking on my keyboard. Oh my god. You can really boil down the message of these last 2 games to slavery bad, which I think we can all agree on. Oh yeah, and every time, no, I should have watched that. Every time I return a totem, a starfisher forms a little bit more clearly in my Rialto. Unfortunately, we don't get to keep the starfisher. That would be cool. Once we actually use it, it's gone forever. Which sucks. Anybody who doesn't remember, the starfisher was in Riven, the second game in the series. It was an unexplained rift in the age, born out of Gen's complete inability to write a stable age. Yet somehow, matter and people, well, I guess people are matter, but people can survive the rift and reach the other side. And for some reason it leads to New Mexico. What a terrible place to end up. That's what happens at the beginning of the first game. We see Atreus fall through the starfisher in Riven, and the Myst book that he used to continue on through until it reaches the player, who apparently is hanging out in the New Mexico desert in the middle of the night for some reason. Alright, so there's turtle blank I. Ah, shit. What did I just do? Oh, I opened up Discord help. Okay, that's fine. I can just close that. I pressed F1 to go to first person mode in the game, but I wasn't in the right window. Welcome back, Totem Pole. You'll also notice that instead of being over a starfisher here, we're over the Dunny Cavern. There's the city. Hi, city. Well, one of the cities. This time I'm going to stay and watch. Alright, a little bit clearer. Gotta open up the rock vagina. Real quick, nah, I'm fine. I was gonna adjust my clothing, but I think I'm fine. I'm wearing my best pink and black tie-dye shirt. The most formal attire that I actually own. By the way, you're starting to hear the little squawks as we go through these doors. That's what a barrow sounds like. I'm overpronouncing it now. That's what a barrow sounds like. Alright, we've got, I don't know what to call this, three lines orb. And it goes between I and turtle. Oh! Actually, I have to remember, the next time I'm in one of these, I have to show you something. I didn't know this until the last time I played it, because I was fooling around. But you actually can't use Rialto in either the Starfisher Cave or the Bahro Cave. Almost got that vagina open. And now you see why I chose the journey clause that I did to press last. My shadow scared me for a second. I thought, who is that? I didn't know there were actually cases where it prevents you from using Rialto. That's the only one I can think of that is necessary in the game. There's no other places where Rialtoing out would be game breaking. And finally, crosshairs. So I've got the code. We're going to take that and use it in a certain place. Well, you know, it's where we started the game. The cleft. The imager in the cleft. Oh, yeah, I gotta show you my Raldo. It's just the black emptiness. Oh, I forgot to show you my new rug. What else have we got? I think that's the only new thing I have. Yeah. Well, we can do that next time we get there. I was playing around. I didn't know that the Raldo book was actually inaccessible here. Went to 20-some years without knowing that. Open sesame. Here she goes. Got my very own starfisher. Space vagina. More than meets the eye. Let's see, what else can I do? Oh, yeah, my rug. There's my rug. Isn't it beautiful? Somehow it's already weathered and threadbare, but it's my rug. My rug is already quite weathered, thank you. Alright, down we go. Bunk. Ah, my shins are in my lungs. I got bone fragments in my bloodstream, man. I'm not coming back from this one. Alright, back in New Mexico. Oh, this is the volcano, by the way. That's the entrance to the Dunny City, or the top of the Great Shaft. That's where the Dunny ended up when they dug out from the cavern. So technically, they all live in New Mexico. Poor bastards. Alright, we've come full circle. Just gotta put that code in the imager, and our last message from Nisha, and we are done with the single-player content. Wait, didn't I break this bridge? Oh no, it was the other bridge I broke. Because I'm a fat ass. Alright. So I do have a problem with this code. I never put it in right the first time. Because I'm not sure which one of these goes up top. I think Garrison goes at the top, so the crosshairs remains the same. Turtle, 3 orb lines. And oh, not crosshairs, eye rectangle. Did I get it? I did not get it. Okay, so my big problem here is I don't know exactly how this is supposed to go in. I always mess this up. I never get it right the first time. So I guess I'll just keep trying till I figure it out. There's only 4 possibilities. Unless I also have it going the wrong way around. In which case, this is going to take a little while. Let's turn you into crosshairs. You become turtle. You become 3-line orb. And you become eye rectangle. Okay, there's only one more possibility unless it goes the other way around. I have done something wrong. Okay, let me look this up. I hate this. I hate when I do something like this. I know what I need to do, I just don't know how to do it. Okay, so... Actually, it looks like this is supposed to work in every combination. It's just that I have something switched around. So if I turn this into eye rectangle and this into turtle... Wait. Right? That should work.
An ending.
There we go.
You've done all that has been asked.
Okay,
You've
back up.
traveled the full circle. You have returned
Hey, don't raise your hand.
through the fissure. You swam among the stars and saw the remnants of previous journeys. You have returned, and the pillars were returned. And now one more of the Barrow, the least, has been returned to Denis. You don't need to understand what that means. Only that the hand of the Maker has set it in motion. Now the circle is complete and the tree has begun to grow again. The path is now open, and so the symbol of the journey must change. Now the beginning is tied to the end. Now you can go where you wish. The restoration of Denis awaits. The deep city breathes. Uru again. And I will be concerned with other things. The least are becoming greater. They will now also affect the restoration. Perhaps not the way others had planned. You've learned about the pride of Denis. The great writers of worlds were infected with pride that became a cancer. It grew quietly beneath the surface, but it grew until Denis could live no more. But those things have been told. You understand it well, I think.
No, not at all.
Let's end this cycle with rewards before we start the next cycle. Relto, the High Place. Your age now. It was the first age I wrote, a gift from my parents, and now much more. It reminds me of another home, another place. I even placed the library in the place it belongs. But Relto will change.
And the word place sounds
It will be your
weird
soul,
now.
showing what you are.
Place.
Only I could write Relto. It's beyond what the Denis could accomplish. Keep it.
Wow.
And I've given you clothing
how
that
much?
represents your journey. Wear this to show others what side you've taken, when sides are taken. When you wear it, you will tell all that you side with us. With Yisha, with the Barrow. It will not always be easy. And another gift is here. A link to the cleft here in Tomana.
See, when she said here in Tomana, I was like, wait, this isn't
Now you can.
isn't Tomana a different age?
This book will take a special place on your shelf.
This is what made me look up.
This
Oh,
place
I
is
guess
not
Tomana
meant
is
to
actually what they
share.
just call Earth.
Return here alone when you wish to remember the cycle of things.
Alright. Gonna use her special book here. I'm sure there's nothing dangerous that's gonna come after me. Hello there, Everett Panger. I've never played multiplayer Uru. I hope you're having fun and interesting experience. The title is a little bit of a joke. Hey! Okay, in this version, she's a hologram.
Turning.
In the single-player version,
One
she's
final
actually
gift.
real.
Something that no Denis writer has been able to do for more than 10,000 years.
You'll also notice that the
I alone can
vocal
write this
thing is
gift.
missing from her voice.
I alone am chosen
Sounds like she's
to do
saying right
this
there.
and more. This gift is what my father Atris would have longed to give his grandmother Tiana.
I also
What
can't move.
Tiana longed for and danced for. The gift of life in the desert. Perhaps the ending has not yet been written.
Arc words. Alright, so I think that's the last we see of Yisha. Of course we do see other things from her, but the Yisha storyline, done. We're done with that. Open that fucking door. In the Complete Chronicles, she's actually standing there. I don't know if they changed her into a hologram just for this game. I don't actually remember. Okay, that actually adds rain to my Ralto, but I don't actually want that to happen because it's going to get rid of my fireflies. So we're going to turn that right off. If I visit my Ralto between and the rain is on, I know that the fireflies are gone when it's raining. I don't know if they come back if I turn it off. But I don't remember the original Game Tap version if Yisha was a hologram in that scene. I know in the Complete Chronicles she is not a hologram. Literally only the second person you meet in the entire game. There's only 2 NPCs, Zandy and Yisha. But in this version, I guess you only ever meet Zandy. There are a couple things to collect here in the Rainy Cleft. Let me look up what those are. Also, hello there, Everett Topanger. Thanks for joining me. Always good to see you, buddy. Alright, what all is in the Rainy Cleft? There's the rain page I just got. One other Relto page. I don't think there's any calendar sparks. No sparks. And 2 clothing items. Alright, so there's one more Relto page and 2 clothing items to find here. This is the end of the single player stuff, by the way. There's one thing I didn't collect, but that's because I need a second person to do it. I will be that second person for myself, though. Alright, so we can pick up these Dunny goggles. I used to like the way these things looked, but I'll take them to the wardrobe and show you. The placement of them is a little weird. Like, they don't line up correctly with your eyes. Maybe if I change my face a little bit, they will, but they make it kind of they make it kind of wall-eyed. So that was the goggles. I need the other Relto page here. That's a good point. It's weird that she refers to the cleft as Tamana, since this is definitely the Age of Earth, and definitely not the family compound from Myst 3. Yeah, apparently the family compound was on Earth, just outside of the volcano that leads to Dunny. And I know it's a retcon. I'm absolutely sure that's a retcon. But apparently by this point they had decided that, yeah, Tamana is on Earth. I don't think it was originally intended to be. Oh yeah, there's one more scene in the game. I get to meet the Borrow that I just saved. I don't know which one of these 4 it is, but I'm gonna guess it's... that one. Hey, you're welcome, buddy. Glad you have your soul back. That must have been damned inconvenient. So, that's our first glimpse of the actual Barrow. As you can tell, not human, not at all. Unfortunately, we won't get to see another one until Myst 5, where we see a lot of them. We'll learn about what their deal is in Myst 5. As for the rest of this, it's mostly just exploration. I get to explore the city, I get to explore all the fan-created ages. The rest of this is just fun. So really, this is the only stream that's going to contain any story content, really. And I can also pick up Zandy's Hawaiian shirt. Yeah, baby. I know I'm hot. Alright, I think that was it. Zandy's shirt and Dunny goggles. And then blue flowers and rain. Alright, that's it. Okay, like I said, I want to finish Urkana before I finish today. That way, Urkana has a 4-hour wait at the end of it. I want to put that between streams, if possible. So, I'm gonna go excuse me, I need to cough. There we go. Oh man, I'm having a lot of phlegm today. It's not good. Okay, so we're gonna do Urkana. Let's see. There is a feather there, but I can't collect it yet. My god, I have to cough again. You can probably hear it in my voice. It's getting very gravelly. There are 2 Relto pages in Arcana. I think there's a calendar spark. Yes, there is July. And there is 1 item of clothing. Okay, I can remember where all of these are. Alright. Let's go to Arcana. It's hard to describe how baffling I found this finale cutscene when I first saw it. It's supposed to be baffling. Like, everything about this game is way too obtuse. Oh, one other thing I'm gonna do. First of all, hey, I got pretty blue flowers. My Starfisher is gone, unfortunately. I kind of wish we could keep that. That thing's the coolest. And now, just to declutter my island, I am going to get rid of the 4 totems. And just take it down to 1. Because I feel that looks a lot cleaner. This is way too cluttered. Oh, yeah, I'll just link back. I've already shown you what this looks like, but I'll just do it again. Also, I'm keeping the Hawaiian shirt on. You guys cannot get me out of the Hawaiian shirt. See, I think it looks a lot better like this. There's fewer obstacles just laying around. Same reason I don't use the stone and log page. But yeah, this game is supposed to be confusing. Like, all of the plot lines that are made in this game are hastily resolved in Myst 5. Unfortunately, actually I don't like that. Unfortunately, Myst 5 was kind of a stopgap solution because they were planning on having more games, obviously. But it's like, okay guys, you got 1 left. Just sum everything up as best you can. So Cyan did the best they could. I don't think that looks good with the pink shirt. I want to have pink in there, but I don't think it's gonna. What about black shirt? I've got 3 colors. I've got white, pink, and black. Those are my 3 colors. All right, that looks fine. Yeah, we're going for a Bahamian look today. Although the gloves kind of ruin it. No, they don't turn white, they turn silver. Can I make them pink? I don't think I can make them very pink. They're gonna be dark no matter what I do. Fuck it. We're exploring. We use gloves. Gloves but no shoes. Hands need protection, feet don't. Where's the t-shirt that you should get? Oh, that's right. I should show you guys that. Thank you for reminding me, Everett. So, Nisha and her infinite power somehow also adds a shirt to your wardrobe. Just magically appears. So this is the shirt you get for finishing the single-player portion of the game. It's supposed to be a little reward that you can show off when you talk to other people. Like, guess what I did, but also, guess what everybody did. When I was playing, it never became a statement. It's supposed to be like showing your support for the Bahro. There was going to be a huge storyline. Like, the DRC finds out about the Bahro. You know, so the Dunny Restoration Council, they're not exactly the good guys, so to speak. They're not bad guys, but they're not exactly good either. I would guess, you can really only surmise about what the storyline of this game was going to be in its final completed form, because it barely even got underway. But my guess is that the Dunny Council was going to find out about the Bahro, and that the Dunny civilization was fully based off of slavery, from its very core, based off of slavery. And I don't know how they would react to that, but I don't think they'd be happy, because the people in the Restoration Council basically worship the Dunny as, like, not elder gods, but like previous, like the way you'd think of like a super like Atlanteans, like the way people think of Atlanteans. Like, they were super advanced. They couldn't have done anything wrong. So I would have figured that would be a very big conflict. But unfortunately they never got that far. Alright, so I am going to Arcana, which means I have to go to the city. Yeah, we'll do all of the Tudunny stuff in the next stream. I'm just gonna finish today. Oh, I can't go to the city from here. I'm just gonna finish today getting Urkana and... Wait, no. I have to go to the Watcher's pub. That's right. How do I get there right now? I think I have to go to the Nexus. Yes. Urkana and Aknone are part of the expansion called Path of the Shell. It was originally going to be multiplayer content, but the game folded before it was actually ever released. There it is. So to retrofit it into a single-player context, they had to make a lot of changes. I'll point them out as we go. It's amazing to me that in-world, you win a free t-shirt for saving the Bahro. I saved a Bahro soul and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. I imagine at some point it was going to be like a political statement to wear that t-shirt, especially around, like I said earlier, the Dunny Restoration Council were game developers and GMs. They were going to be like the mod structure of the game. What is this? So wearing a shirt around them would have probably provoked a response that would not have been good. Chiso Prenev book has been added to your Relto library. Oh. Okay, so this is the collection where all the fan works are stored. Dear Explorer, please note that the Dunny Restoration Council has had only a consulting role in ensuring the safety and integrity of any and all ages contained here in Chiso Prenev and beyond. We will actually go through all of these. I'm a bit excited because I haven't done it myself. Though we have complete faith in the current teams that have volunteered their skills to bring these ages to you and to carefully check their integrity, we nevertheless urge you to proceed with caution and be safe out there. Good luck to you all. So this is where the fan content begins. That'll be the last thing I do. And it's also something I've never done. So I'm looking forward to that. We're going to get to experience that together. Oh, here's the Dunny Restoration Council. Oh, they're gone. I don't know how many... Oh, I'll explain that blue line later. Don't worry, I'll explain the blue line. This is all the stuff I've mostly not seen. Well, we get to experience it together. And this is giving me hints about some things that have been added in the fan content. We can see that we can make the Relto dark. That's interesting. There's a little clue about a telescope. I think from here we can see... What is it called? I think it's Kival? Kivan? Something like that. It's the place where... Kavir. It's the place where Atris was kept prisoner in the first game. It was Gen's ancestral home. It's an island off the coast of the main city, called Kavir. I'm waiting until the Restoration Council comes back around again. There's more stuff in the Relto. It's a little sneak peek of what it'll look like when it's finished. See, that's way too much stuff, though. That's why I turn off some pages. It's a little too busy. This is a Garden Age we haven't seen yet. I don't know. Actually, I don't recognize that. I think that might be fan content. My god. Please, just show me the Restoration Council again. There might be too many pictures. Okay, fuck it. That's Minkata. We'll get there later. I think there's actually a shirt on this railing. But that might... okay, I think that's only in the one-player version of this game. Now this is interesting. In the one-player version of this game, you do... I'm just going to say Complete Chronicles because it's quicker than saying the one-player version of this game. In Complete Chronicles, you do go into that tree. It's actually the objective of Path of the Shell. But in this version, you do not. I'm guessing it was going to be held for later. Like, I don't think it was going to be part of the Path of the Shell expansion. I think they just threw it in because it's like, well, we need some way to finish this thing off. Alright, there's Urkana. There's Anhone. The Watcher's Sanctuary. How long is this? Way too long. Okay, I'm gonna pause on each page again. If you like to read it, feel free to use the pause button. The main idea behind this place is that it's another one of Kadish's impossible puzzles. He made a puzzle that only he knows how to solve, and then challenged people to actually solve it themselves. But it's actually an impossibility unless you know the trick to it. I can probably talk about that because in this version of the game, we don't actually get to go into that puzzle. It's completely cut out. So the main idea is that you get upstairs in this place and there's a circular path with a giant boulder that you have to roll almost like Sisyphus up the path. However, when you get to the end of the path, you have to get past the boulder, but there's no way to do that. So by design, the puzzle is impossible to complete. The only way to actually get past the boulder is to turn on the light that activates the puzzle and then stand in place for about 16.5 minutes. And then a ladder appears. It is a bullshit puzzle, yes, but also kind of ingenious. Anyway, I added mushrooms to my Ralto. Probably not a good idea to be barefoot here. Alright, which way do I go? I know there's a calendar spark beside one of these support beams. I don't know exactly where. Okay, that's where I have to go eventually, so let's not go that way yet. Urkana is a manufacturing age. What do they manufacture? We'll find out eventually. You know what? It doesn't matter. It's food for the algae in the lake. To keep the Dunny Lake healthy, they have to manufacture food. It used to be self-sustaining, but of course progress. Progress usually means the destruction of the natural world. Usually. Also, this place is littered in weird butt plugs. Don't ask me why, they're just there. There you are. Hello, March Sparkle. There are journey cloths here, but we don't actually have to touch them. I'll show you one of them. They're just going to be like bookmarks for this version of the game. In the Complete Chronicles, you actually had to find all 7 in order to finish the age, much like you had to do with the first 4. Wait! Oh! Okay, never mind. I have to find all 7. Silly me. I might have to look this one up. No, never mind. I know there's 3 before we get to the manufacturing plant. But anyways, so the manufacturing plant here makes high-grade, high-density food for the algae in the lake. The algae that lights the cavern and gives them their day-night cycle. Right now it's dormant because it hasn't been fed. One of the major quests at the beginning of the... what's it called? Multiplayer version was to feed the lake until it actually started working again. Unfortunately, they never got that far. They got the quest created, and it was supposed to be like a giant group effort. Like you would get points for making high quality pellets. You could also make pellets that destroy the algae, which would give you negative points. So there was kind of a griefer function built in. If there were enough people that wanted to destroy the algae, they could have actually accomplished that. But yeah, the point was that there was going to be like everybody working towards lighting the lake again. They got the first part of it done, but then the game folded. I think all I do here is press forward. Alright. That was not correct. I feel like there should be a starter here. Are you the starter? Okay, so that just separates the pieces. Oh, no, never mind. We're underway. Alright, the fourth... So, I could have sworn there was... Oh, there was something else I should problems is that some of the content runs in real time. So I wonder what I should do to actually... Some of it I'm not going to be able to access, except for specific times of the day. So I'm trying to figure out how I can work my way through that. I might just have to record it when I can, and then stitch it into other streams. There's a few problems with trying to stream this alone. One is that some of the ages require a second person, and two is that some of the ages have content that is time-locked. So either I have to stream at those specific times or figure something else out. Alright, first things first, let's go get that fourth journey cloth. I chose the wrong side of the thing. Where's the ladder? There you are. This is going to be the last age I play today. One, I still have to go to the bathroom and I've just been ignoring it. Two, I've got actual work I have to do today. Unfortunately. It's good I got this far though. That was my goal. I really didn't want to have to wait 4 hours. Alright, that's number 4. 3 to go. I could have sworn... Oh, I know what we're doing. Okay, so yeah. In Complete Chronicles, you did have to find all 7 journey cloths, but when you did, they linked you to... Wait, is that true? Oh, I think I have that backwards. I think in Complete Chronicles, you didn't have to find the journey cloths at all. Yeah, I have that backwards. Whoops. Whatever. In this version of the game, you have to find all the journey cloths for Path of the Shell. In Complete Chronicles, you don't. They just act as bookmarks, so that you can get to certain places quicker. So you can get to certain places quicker. Alright, so I'm not going to be able to get through here unless I get rid of you. So let's move quickly. Damn it! Not quick enough. Well, I'm going to have to wait until it gets back out again. I did something wrong. What did I do wrong? Make it a little easier. Turning around in third person is more difficult because you have to be walking to actually turn. In first person it's a lot easier because I only have to press the right mouse button. The game is so much easier than first person. Sometimes more cinematic, like for instance now. Alright. Now I gotta do it. Gotta be ready to run at a moment's notice. There we go. So much easier in first person. Ah, crap. I did this before. It messes up my screen. There we go. Hopefully that didn't mess up OBS. Okay, good. Navigation, advanced, stay in first person, okay. Alright, fifth cloth should be there. There it is. And of course, my character gravitates towards the ladder. My true nemesis in these games. Frickin' ladders. Press the journey cloth. There we go. I believe, yep, this path is broken. Gotta find a way around. Which is why I sent the cart back. Man, with these white shorts you can really see how bony my butt is. Holy crap. Don't touch the ladder. Hey, a little bit of music. It's been a while. Oh, I missed the light. Hold on. So if the cart were here, I wouldn't be able to get through this door. That's why I got rid of it. Don't go on the ladder. Oh, come on. Alright, I'm gonna back up first. There we go. This tunnel always makes me think of Metroid Prime. I'm gonna go first person. In fact, well, I mean, it's just a tunnel with steam shooting out of it. Every time I pass through these steam clouds, I expect the visor to get fogged up a bit, showing me a little bit of Samus's face. Also, something unique about this age, power still runs. It's the first time I haven't had to turn on power as the first action. Alright, 2 journey cloths left. Number 6, I don't quite remember where it is. I know where number 7 is. I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for number 6 along the way. Oh, I think I remember. Okay. So, welcome to the fertilizer plant. And yes, those are vats of poop. Maybe not specifically human poop, but some poop. We're here to make fertilizer for algae. It's a process that takes 4 hours. Alright, first things first. There's the generator I just turned on. It's what powers this console. Alright, I have to be able to get... I don't remember exactly which one of these it is, but I have to get through here. Like, again, the bridge is broken. We're gonna have to get through here, so I'm gonna turn all these off. Turn off the mixers, drain the water. One of them is broken, the water does not drain. And it's this one. Turn off the mixer, drain the water, open the hatch. Turn off the mixer, etc., etc. One of these is the right one. I don't know which one offhand. It's definitely not this one because the water drainer is broken. And I can't open the hatch. And then also over here, I need to turn off all these furnaces. I think that one is 1. Yeah. And the other one is 4? Yeah. So basically everything is off right now. Mainly so I can travel safely through the facility. Once I've reached the end, I can turn it all back on. Alright, there's the mixer that was broken. I'm trying to remember. One of these I do have to go into, but I don't remember which one. So I'm gonna go in both of them. One of them has a Relto page at the end. How many collectibles were there? 4. 1 piece of clothing, 1 calendar spark, 2 Relto pages. I found one Relto and the calendar spark. So I'm missing the clothing, which I know exactly where that is. And then at the end of one of these outlet pipes, there should be another Relto page. Not here. Alright. It should be in the other tank. And yes, I am walking in water that recently had poop in it. I'm not happy about it either. How does that even work? I mean, I see these, I guess they're agitators. How do these agitators even work? I see them in water treatment plants all the time. I don't know exactly what they do. You'd think you'd want all this stuff to settle to the bottom. Maybe it's meant to break up material to let it sluice out. I don't know. You know how they say, I wish I should go back and show everybody how smart I am? Like, to a medieval person, I'd be the smartest person ever. That's not really true because I don't know how water treatment works. I could generate electricity. I don't know if I could have the refining know-how to make magnets and wires, though. There are a lot of advancements that are built on the backs of things that you don't even think about. Alright, it's fire marbles. Like, I have no idea how to get copper thin enough to make a wire without breaking all the time. I have no idea how to turn anything into a magnet, honestly. And both of those are required, at least as far as I know, like all the methods I know for making electricity, both of those things are required. Definitely don't know how to do photovoltaic cells. It's just magic to me. Not to mention all the manufacturing processes that go into it. Alright. Now that I'm done waxing stupid illogical, let's get going. Alright, this is going to lead to one of the further poop tanks that I haven't explored yet. One of them is broken. This one isn't. Also, apparently never has water in it. I guess they're both broken. One of them doesn't drain, the other doesn't fill. Maybe it's just meant to keep scum off the sides of the tank. I don't know. Again, I have no idea how water treatment works. Kind of important for a functioning society. You know, keep everybody from dying of dysentery. Alright, this is why I turned the furnaces off. So that this elevator would function. I forgot to do something. Gotta get power to the room. There we go. If any of the furnaces are on, this elevator doesn't work. Really, this Aegis designed so that you have to run back and forth between the control console and other things over and over again. But if you know what's coming, you can set yourself up for success and cut out a lot of the bullshit. So this age goes pretty damn quick. That's true for most of them, honestly. And of course, pretty much the entire Myst series as a whole. If you know the puzzles ahead of time, you can run through them pretty damn quick. Alright, piece of clothing that I was looking for. And actually, this is my favorite piece of clothing. Doesn't look so great right now, but I'll fix it. Actually, this might be not the piece of clothing I'm thinking of. I'll figure it out when I get to my wardrobe. Alright, this is the end of the age. This is where we make the... well, I guess this is where the fertilizer pellets come out. And that was my 7th journey cloth. Now I can open the way You'd think I'd just be able to take like a bigger step than normal to get across this, but no. The character's like, I won't do that. I'm gonna move a two-tone rock instead. Alright, now I can go back to the... Oh, I have to get that elevator out of the way. Now I can go back upstairs, get that elevator out of the way, so I can turn the furnaces on, get the mixing tanks filled. So you can't actually walk through the age with the mixing tanks on, which is why I needed to press that journey cloth. So I could... Ah, fucking bullshit, dude. So I can come here without having to cross the intervening space. It's the problem, whenever you go to the top of a ladder and turn around, in third person, it's almost impossible not to actually grab back onto the ladder immediately. I keep saying actually. What is wrong with my brain this morning? Fucking... Okay, fine. Press the button, stupid. Alright, the elevator is out of the way. Cool. Now I can go back to the control console and start everything up. Oh, I forgot I was still wearing the dunny goggles. I was supposed to show you what it did to my eyes as well. I'll have to link back to Relto here soon. I'll do it then. Alright, let's turn on the mixing tanks, and then the furnaces, and everything will be done. You're set? Oh. Oh! The hatch closes automatically if I turn on the mixer. That makes sense. Lockout, tagout. Good thing they got OSHA standards here. Alright, turn on all the furnaces. Alright, I have to link to Relto to get back to the mixing, or the fertilizer pellet creation machine. God, there's gotta be a simpler way to say that. Get back to the pellet machine. Okay, one thing to note. The fire marbles are added right to the middle of my freaking floor. And it's really easy to kick them into a place where they fall through the map. You can reset them, but I prefer to just be careful not to walk over them. Ideally, I should kick them outside so that I don't run over them. I'm probably going to run over them and forget they're there. Alright, so upper body. Is this the vest that I want? I don't remember. I don't think it is. No, this isn't the cool vest. Alright, I'm looking for the other backpack. That's not my favorite backpack. There's one other. Don't remember where it is, but I'll find it. I guess that means I can stay like this. Alright. Oh, actually this isn't so bad. I guess it's because I changed... Usually I have my character down here. And somehow that makes the goggles look ridiculous on a face that small, I guess. They look a little better the wider you are. But I'm just going to go back to sunglasses. Alright, I added mushrooms. Good old mushrooms. What else did I get? Fire marbles? Yeah, fire marbles. I think that was it. Oh, was there anything in the Watcher's Pub? I should actually check that. Oh, there was a shirt in the Watcher's Pub. Wait. Hold up. I'm gonna link back. Actually, let's get Arcana running before I get sidetracked. Oh, there it is. As you can see, there's a section of this game that I skipped. Mainly because I just wanted to make sure that Arcana was done. Alright. Just gotta get this thing making pellets. It's a 4-hour process, so by the time we come back tomorrow, it will be done. We learned this combination in another place that I'll show you soon, but basically the recipe for the best pellets that we can make is 40-30-20. They're not the best pellets for the algae. They do feed the algae somewhat, but the best part about them is that they give off a lot of light when they're used, which is what we need them for. Alright, just gotta set all 4 furnaces. There's better recipes that give more points, but this one gives the most light. And the place where we learn this recipe, I'll show you in a minute. I already said that. Why am I repeating myself? It's funny, there was in the Myst Online or Live Again version of this, the part where they were trying to revive the MMO privately instead of using GameTap as a producer. They had a system where you can amass points by feeding the algae, and then once you feel like your score is high enough, you upload it to the leaderboard in your neighborhood. Alright, 4 hours from now those pellets will be done. The score is actually tracked on your key. This number right here is your current pellet score. At one point I actually... this is going to sound very crazy, and yes it is. I found out exactly how long it would take to have a full rotation of... I'd have to explain this. I don't know if I can explain this well. Anyway, I'm going to touch these Barhouse stones. First one's going to... oh wait, no, not the Barhouse stone. Let's go here first, because we can link straight back to this room. Back then, I think it only took 16.5 minutes to create pellets back then. The reason for the disparity is because when they changed this game from multiplayer to single player, they reduced the timer so that it could be done by a single person. This, by the way, is where we feed the algae of the lake. We just bring our pellets here and drop them in the lake down there. I figured out how long it would take, like how many different characters I needed in order to have it so that I could constantly run through and do pellets non-stop. Come to think of it, maybe it was 4 hours, because I remember it took like 20 characters. Like, the thing is, if you link to your own Arcana, you can go to the shell icon directly. If you link to somebody else's Arcana, like you can give permission for people to visit your own ages if you are their friends. But if you link to someone else's Arcana, you cannot use the shell marker. You have to use the link in spot, which means you have to run all the way through the age to actually get to this thing, the pellet maker. So I figured out what could I do? How fast could I get through Urkana? And it turned out to be like, I think like 7 minutes or something like that. So I just timed it from that. I was like, okay, the pellets take 4 hours to make. How many characters can I run through in that amount of time? And I can do this math myself, actually. What is it? 240 minutes, roughly, divided by about 20 characters. So what is that? What is that? 12 minutes? So it took about 11 to 12 minutes to run through Urkana every time, I think. So what I could do then is just keep running through Urkana, drop a load of pellets. Oh, that was also part of it. The dropping of the pellets took time as well. I could run through Urkana, drop a load of pellets, run through another Urkana, drop another load of pellets over and over again. Using this, I actually amassed a score over 2 million points. I was going to stop at 1 million, but it was going so quickly that I was like, I'm going to put up a score that no one will ever be able to beat in their wildest dreams. I ended up doing like 2,222,200 and something. As many twos as I could fit. Because the amount of score you get from a pellet is slightly randomized, so couldn't quite hit it exactly. But I uploaded that to my neighborhood's board, and I was like, nobody's ever going to beat that. And then I stopped playing. I wonder if that score is still out there somewhere. I put a lot of work into it. I don't know why I did that. I was in college at the time, and I think I was during the summer. I'm like, I've got plenty of time. Let's see how much I can wreck somebody's day for the top score. Anyway, this is where we got that recipe. So this is showing us the perfect recipe for pellets. This Barrow Cave, by the way, is where we get the final clue for the path of the shell. However, it requires 2 people, and one of them has to drop a pellet into the cave below, which I can't reach from here. So one person has to drop the pellet, the other person has to be in the cave below when it's lit up, so that they can get the final clue. In the initial version of this game, the Complete Chronicles, it's changed so that the pellet takes 16 minutes to fall. So you throw a pellet down, you go to Ahnone, get inside the bottom half of this cave within 16 minutes, and then you can see the final clue briefly. We'll get there tomorrow. This is where you get the recipe, though. This is showing you there's 20 lines around this thing, 30 lines around this one, and 40 around this one, and then the icon is the same as it was when we were looking at the furnace controls. So you set 40, 30, 20 on every furnace. That gives you the best pellets for lighting things. Maybe not the best for feeding things, but the best for lighting things. Alright, enough talk about pellets. Let's go look at that shell shape that was appearing. There were a few things I said I was going to do. I'm going to get the maintainer's suit from Garrison. I'm going to go touch this shell image to see what it does, because I don't remember. I think it's another link to the Barrow Cave. Not sure though. It would be kind of useless because you definitely need 2 people in this version. The pellet drops immediately into the lower cave. So you have to be standing there before the pellet drops in order to see the clue. I believe the clue is also randomized per game. So you can't use somebody else's walkthrough for it. So like I said, all I did was time how long it took to run through Urkana, drop a load of pellets, and start a new one. I guess roughly about 12 minutes. And then I would just spend hours a day running through Urkana. Because I was a bored college student with not much to do. I think during that was also when I was unemployed, so obviously. I had a social life, but most people don't. Oh, this is where you get the... Okay, so this is where you get the pieces of your well. Alright. Well, let's claim one of those. I had a social life, but most people are actually, you know, working during the day. So that's when I was doing this project. It was just something to do, honestly. Alright, that'll... Wait, no, I'm gonna do the Gary something first. So that gave me half of the Path of the Shell reward, well, system, whatever. As you can see, it's 2 levels above. This was the one for the 4 journeys we just took in the single-player game. This one is for Arcana, and the other half is for an Hanone. As you can see, it's 2 levels up, so there's 2 sets of rings between those 2. I'm basically skipping to the end of the game, because I didn't want to have to wait for Arcana. Okay, was there something else I wanted to do in Arcana? I don't think so. Did I want to change my clothes? I think I did that already. Nope, okay. There's nothing left in Arcana. I was trying to think. I can share that one. What book is that? Oh, that's the fan-made area. We'll get to there eventually. And I want to do the... Oh, okay. In this case, I'm going to have to log in another person. So give me just a second. I have to use Val's computer. I think I'm going to have to take off the headphones because I just barely can't reach their computer from here. I'll be right back. Alright, Val's account is logging in. I'm gonna have to meet them. Oh, I'm gonna have to link to the city real quick to meet them. So, Nexus. I'm controlling 2 computers at once right now. Luckily, I only need their mouse to play the game on their computer, but I have to look way over my shoulder to actually see it. I'm not going to be able to show you their gameplay because it's on a different computer. Alright, so we can link in here. So right now I'm actually what is it called? Dual boxing? Some people consider this cheating in MMOs. Alright, this is the place I'm going to meet my other character. But I've got to get them here first. I'm close. I'm in the Nexus right now. Just gotta click Ferry Terminal. It's really hard to do this. I'm looking way over my shoulder at their computer. Normally they sit behind me and slightly to the right. Our computers are close enough that we can hold hands while playing. That's all we really need out of life. And there I am. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my Relto to myself. Ah, damn it, I have to get closer. Share my Relto to myself. On the other client, I'm going to click on that Relto. We got double the Rin today. Truly, this is a Rin Rin situation. Oh. I forgot. Visitors don't link in inside the library. Hello there. Fancy meeting you here. Alright, so I have to bring... Wait, where do I have to take... Oh, Gary's son. Oh crap. I might have to run through Garrison. Okay. I just realized I'm gonna have to make a jump. This could be a little bad. Alright, so I have to make this jump twice. I'm gonna go over to their computer to make the first jump. I'll be right back. Damn it, that was not intentional. Alright, made it. Although... why? There we go. I think maybe I'm a little bit too far away for Val's mouse to work quite properly. Alright, I'm gonna get one character inside. In fact, I should get ready for the next jump. It's about halfway here. I think I should be able to make it inside with the other character before. I can barely see her head just above the... Alright. First character's inside. I think that gets me out of danger. I hope it gets me out of danger. Because I don't want to have to do this again. I can make this a little easier on myself if I move which place has the journey cloth. It will be a little easier. Like, I can move the journey cloth indoors if I mess up somehow. It's stepped away a bit. Is this a new part of Garrison? This is a part of Garrison that you can only do... Shit! That was almost stupid. This is a part of Garrison that you can only do in multiplayer. You might have seen it before. I think there was some version... Oh, I got it. There were some versions of the game where you could play this, but they were all online only. You need multiple people to actually do it. Alright. While I'm running in, I'm going to get my other person into position. Hopefully I don't have to go too far. Alright, I'm inside one of the maintainers' dressing rooms. Alright, good. Now I just have to get this character into the other maintainer's dressing room. This is one of the weirdest parts of this. Yeah, okay, that's a conference chamber. One of the weirdest parts of this, I never quite understand how the external arms line up. with the internal rooms. Because there's 4 arms but 6 rooms. So 2 of them apparently don't... 2 of them shouldn't have a... 2 of them shouldn't have a door out this way. But as far as I can tell, every single one does. So how can there be 6 doors out but only 4 arms? Okay, here's one of the maintainers' dressing rooms. Locker rooms, whatever. Is this the right one? Nope. Okay. Well, I gotta run to the other one then. We'll leave her in peace right over there. We'll leave fake Rin alone. One. Two. Three. Alright. Got 2 characters in each, one in each control room. So all I have to do is set up a maze. The bare minimum you need for a maze is 5 obstacles. I don't exactly remember how to do this. Fucking did it wrong, that's for sure. As long as you have 5 obstacles, you can start the... Oh, I think I have to have somebody else. Yeah, I have to have the other person in the chair to actually have this work. I don't know what my brain's obsession with the word actually is this morning. But I can't make it stop. There we go. Both people in chairs. That light lit up over here. Okay, how do I work this? I've done it before, but...
Is everybody ready for another wall game?
There's an announcer and everything. Why is it speaking in English? No one knows. Okay, let's figure out how to control this. Ah, crap. Okay, that reset the game. Hopefully I don't break it. Oh no, it's still going. How the hell do I use this? Oh. There we go. I've done this once before. I do not remember how it works. Maybe I should go read those instructions. Okay, I can press. I'm trying to set up barriers. I just want to set up barriers. Maybe I should go read the rules. Okay, so that's the number 5, the number 10, and the number 15. Okay, so basically the 5 is saying 5 obstacles only. I don't know what these buttons do. Maybe I should have done a dry run of this. Also, I guess the Guild maintainers didn't believe in hallway wall art. No, they're pretty stark people, I guess. Oh, right! There was a section earlier that said nobody knows how the link out function works for the maintainers. I think this might be answered in the Book of Atris. Okay, do I have to agree to the rules over here? It looks like that's a yes. So how do I start setting barriers? Maybe I need both. Did that do it? Okay, both are locked in. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So now I just need to set up 5 barriers. And I'm gonna set them out of the way. And I'm gonna do the same on my other computer. There we go. And now I accept the game, right? Lock in. Damn it, my other character got out of his chair. Sit back down, stupid. Alright. Is it just green button to lock in? Okay, one locked in. Two locked in. Okay. You know, Dani is not as beautiful a language as I thought it would be. I only know one word, Shora, which means peace, but is also used for hello. Kind of like Hebrew or Islam. Wait, Islam isn't the language. Arabic. Alright, so this is the whole point of me being here. Oh, yeah, I need to get her into the other tube. Once both of us are in the tubes, the game will start. Stand up! Why are you standing up when I don't want you? And vice versa when I do. Just gotta get her into the tube.
Both teams
There we
are
go.
in the final area. Game begins.
So the whole point of doing this is to get this outfit. Now this outfit has been added to my... Well, actually, no, I need to win the game before I can keep this outfit. So, gonna do it. Okay, so this entire wall is climbable. Unlike most walls, you can go sideways. I think this might be the only place where you can climb sideways. I'm going to show you what happens when you hit one of the barriers. I probably should have put one in my own way, but whatever. Game's pretty simple. Like we read in the directions, you could actually make like more disastrous hazards, but in this version,
You have to climb around the blockers, you know?
that's all. The blocker just sends you back to the bottom. So you're really just looking for a safe way to the top. Nope. Get back on the wall, stupid. Come on, buddy. There we go. So, since all my blockers are over there to the right, I can just climb straight to the top. So, funny little story. The person who helped me do this the first time and got me the outfit for my main account, they set all of the blockers in the middle, and I'm like, why would you do that? Like, we were here specifically to get me this outfit, and he put all of his blockers right here at the very top, so I climbed up. I hit 3 of them. Like, why would you do that? That's so mean. Maybe he got off on it, I don't know. Oh, that's right, I just have to touch the yellow.
Yellow beats purple. What a spectacular match.
Wow, spectacular. Alright, I come out of the carbonite cruising chamber. And as you can see, when I won, the full set of maintainer gear was added to my wardrobe. That's the only way to get this. In the Complete Chronicles, you just walk into the tube and you're given it straight away. Okay, so I was going to say something. I think it might be answered in the book of Tiana, how the maintainer's suit works. There's actually a little linking book inside the glove, and if something super dangerous happens to the maintainer, there's a barrier that breaks and puts their fingers in contact with the linking book panel. So that's how the suit is able to get you directly out of danger. And also, a pretty ingenious use of linking books. Anyway, that'll be it for me today. So, to Ever Topanga, Hippo Centaur, SV, Gunyu, Jujubee, Blackbird, Stupid Ketchup, Mule, Demon, Exter, Cannabis, and Sauce, thanks for talking with me today. We will continue with Uru tomorrow. I should be able to get through most of the remaining material. I have no idea how long the fan content is going to take. So I think what I'll do is I'll try to finish the official content in the next stream, and then dedicate an entire stream, or two, if necessary, to the fan content. But, thanks for talking with me. Let's see if I can send you somewhere neat. Mule is playing League of Legends, but I think they speak Korean mainly. One of my old friends, Tenoshi, is playing Cyberpunk 2077, so if you'd like to watch that, feel free to join the raid. Oh, hold on a second. I did something wrong. There we go. Start raid. And I will see you guys tomorrow with more Myst Uru. Everyone watched on Twitch in the past, everyone watching on YouTube in the future. Love you all. Bye-bye.